Good morning, everybody. And thanks for joining us today for our regular Tribal Council meeting of Wednesday, February 10th, 2021. I have 10:07 a.m. We're, I think, up and running. With that, Secretary, could you call the roll, please? Good morning, everybody.
Don Gentry,
Here.
Gail Hatcher, Roberta Frost here, Brandy Hatcher
Here.
Willa Palace will be in this afternoon. She's excused this morning. Ellsworth Lang,
Here.
Clay Dumont,
Ida, here.
Jeannie McNair,
Here.
Jesse Hakopta,
Here.
Rose Treetop. Okay. Let's see, no more people in the waiting room.
Okay. Maybe we'll text Rose to remind her in case she forgot. Okay, so we do have a quorum. Before we get to the agenda, Treasurer, could you perform a invocation for us today? I'd appreciate that.
Sure. Lord, we thank you for this day. We ask that you bless each and every one of us. We ask that you guide us through the business at hand today, Lord. And Lord, I just ask that you heal our people and heal our tribe, Lord. We just ask that you comfort those that have lost loved ones recently and those that are sick. We just give you all the praise, love, honor, and glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm aware of so many tribal members that passed since we had our last meeting. I don't even have a list in front of me. But I would like to take a moment of silence to remember those that are on our hearts and minds for our people, and just such a difficult time for sure. So please join me in a moment of silence for all of our tribal members and tribal families that we lost. Thank you. Yeah, there's so many on the list, and I know there are probably others outside the area that we may not be aware of. So, all the best to folks. Thank you for the invocation, Brandy, and the prayers for the family and families affected. So, with that, let's get to the agenda. Secretary, you mentioned there's another item that we might want to consider adding to the agenda.
Yes, Chairman. I have the Tribal Council Resolution 2021-002 that is adding the Travel Center to the Employee Benefits Committee, representative from the Travel Center.
So do we want to do that under the Treasurer's report, or where's a good place to put that that's appropriate? Does that make sense to put it there?
It just depends if we want assistance from staff. Treasurer's report is kind of late in the day.
Yeah. I would recommend it under staff reports.
Yeah, right after the staff reports, that would be fine. That's the.
So
well,
under
let's put it.
Maybe item 2.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah. Number 4.
What'd you say, Brandy?
Number 4 under item 2.
I'm confused. So it would be item 3 under item 2 and bump ODE supporting Indigenous language down, or add it as number 4 after the Indigenous language grant.
Add it as number 4 after.
Okay. Okay.
And Secretary, what was the resolution number again?
2021-002.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other changes or additions to corrections to the agenda? Okay, if not, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Okay, Member Lang, there a second? Okay, Member Goodman. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Those opposed, the same. With no opposition and my I sustain abstention, the motion carries. Thank you. So Kathy, I see that you're on with us today. Really appreciate it. Saw that you provided the progress report, but we'll turn it over to you to lead us through.
Good morning, Tribal Council. Today we will start with Program 1 for the COVID-19 Emergency Assistance Program Progress Reports. This period for the report is covering January 23rd through February 5th, 2021. And your copy should have a green border on the top. To date, we have received 3,158. That's an increase of 12 from the last reporting period. We have a total applications that have been processed, which is 3,158. 90 of those households have been impacted by COVID. 1,404 applications have been received from Klamath County. 1,754 have been received outside of Klamath County. Total award amount today is $5,561,149.89, which is an increase of $18,500 from the last report. The request for assistance has not changed. It's still the percentage of how our tribal membership has been impacted by COVID. Tribal members who have been assisted is a total of 5,644. The total tribal members to date is 5,644. The total tribal members that have been assisted in this program is 4,209, which is 75%. Adults, 3,262, minors, 947. This tally again, because we didn't have this in the matrix when we first started reporting, this is done manually, just so that you're aware. Incarcerated tribal members, in our progeny system, we identify 111. We've processed out of this program 107. That hasn't changed. And that is it for Program 1. Any questions?
Okay, let me pull the screen back up here. Any questions of anyone? Okay, thank you, Kathy.
Okay, we'll move on to Program 2. Your copy should have a purple border on the top titled COVID-19 General Welfare Emergency Assistance Program, second program. The progress report covers the period January 23rd through February 5th. Total applications received is 3,538. This is an increase of 38 from the last reporting. Total applications processed, 3,538. Total applications received in Klamath County, 1,499. Total applications received outside of Klamath County is 2,039. Total award amount, $6,084,000. That's an increase of $77,500 from the last reporting. We identify the total awards listed below. Enroll $5,257,500 went to enrolled adults. $450,000 identified enrolled minors. $148,500 were identified as enrolled minors in care. $225,000 were our tribal members who were impacted by COVID-19 and received awards. And for job loss, we have a total of $3,000 per policy. The requested assistance on how COVID impacted our tribal membership remains the same, also in percentages listed below. Tribal members who have been assisted, again, we have a total membership of the Klamath tribes of 5,644. Total tribal members in the program that have been served is 4,536, which is 80%. Now on this report, on this part, you'll notice that there's a difference from the last report. It went down. Last report, I had 4,590, and there's a decrease of 4,500 to 4,536. And the reason for that was because I was counting our incarcerated inmates twice. So they are already being accounting and they were already accounted for in the adult matrix. And then I was adding them because I had them separated. I was adding them again. So that has been corrected on my report here. And that is why that decreased. So we've provided services to 80% of our membership on program 2. With the total adults being served of 505, minors 1,031. Incarcerated tribal members, we have a total identified in our progeny database of 111, and we have processed 116 applications. So why there could be a discrepancy is that we just don't have them identified in our progeny system. But as we are documenting and keeping a spreadsheet on this, on these different categories, we will be providing that information to members' benefits so that we can track and monitor. And then send out information to our membership inquiring, gathering more personal information if they'll fill out applications and update their profile. Any questions on program 2?
Well, thanks again. Really appreciate again, Kathy, every time we come on here. It's just so wonderful the work that you and your staff have been doing to make this happen. So really, again, thanks for the effort to help our members out. And really appreciate that greatly.
Thank you. And I've also, Taylor will be resending out the letter. Did I just print that? The letter that you have signed regarding the tax exemption. She'll be putting it back on Facebook, e-blasting, and Facebook website, making sure it's on there. We have been receiving a few calls and they're really excited that you've worked so hard to develop the policies, the interacting with the legal teams to assure that this is a tax exempt program due to being a direct client assistance due to a public health emergency. So they really are appreciative. I just wanted to share that also with you.
Good. Kathy,
I did. Go ahead.
have you received any calls or has anybody received any calls about, has that been questionable for people doing their taxes?
Not yet.
Okay, good.
We will definitely make available those governing documents if they need them though. If they need them for their tax preparers, we can definitely make copies and get those to our membership.
Okay.
I
I'm
was
getting
gonna
mine
ask,
done Monday, so I'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay.
I was going to ask, I can't remember if it was a text message or a Facebook post or something. There was concern about the state taxes, and how this would be considered. Have you heard anything like that? Is there any kind of concern in regards to state taxes?
Not with our program, but I have heard through the federal stimulus that was provided that they were having to report on the state, the federal stimulus checks they received.
I thought that was the case.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Because our program should be totally exempt from both state and
Mhm.
federal.
Yes.
The way that it's set up. So I'll look for that. I think it was actually a messenger message. I think I can find that and get back to the member that messaged me. Yeah, yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, Kathy, I wanted to put in a request for the next tribal council meeting if we could hear an update on the technology portion of the program from Director Bettles. That'd be helpful.
Will do. I do have Troy on here, so after I complete my report, Troy Haney, our IT administrator, is present to provide a report on the IT technology project.
So one other point while we're here, I appreciate that we were able to get posted on our site, our website, the information on how the funds have been expended, you know, for our members that have been concerned about that. So thanks everybody for coordinating that and getting that through. Really appreciate that. And Kathleen, Leanne's help on that, you know, that's been a real help. So appreciate everybody making that effort because our members have been so concerned about what's going on. So
I can report
anything-
on what I know about the remote capabilities project slash computer hardware software.
okay,
Julie is currently working on orders again. Since the first program concluded, she was continually accepting requests and putting them on a list with identified information of their roll number, their contact information. And so that in case the program was extended or allowed to continue, then she would be able to have all that contact information to place an order and get those systems out to our membership. I want to say she had like over 100, 150 possibly. So they're already in the process of making contact, getting more additional copies of the applications from us, and getting ready to process orders.
Did we not extend that program?
Yes.
We did.
Mhm.
I thought
But
so.
so before it was approved, she still was keeping a list
Okay.
because people were calling, and our program was transferring quite a bit of calls to her because they were inquiring about a system. And so we were forwarding those to her. So we knew she was keeping a list.
Okay. And I also wanted to thank you for the work and Leanne on that document that went up on the website, and to let members know that are listening in, if there are questions about it, I don't mind at all getting calls about that.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on that as well. There's several threads out on social media that came up last week, and I let them know that that was also on the site, and had personally talked to a couple and was waiting to talk to a couple more so that they could get some updates on that. There was it got pretty contentious. Willa was on there and I was on trying to field some of those questions, and we encouraged them to log in and watch the meetings remotely so that they could get the information. And then also if they needed help finding those on the member site on where they are and the actual report. So it keeps coming up again and again, and also a lot of questions from the membership, of course, because we haven't had a meeting. There's just a lot of unanswered questions on their side, and it just seems to be, you know, festering and getting worse and worse. So I think when we have our first meeting, it's going to be a really, really long one. So we'll just be ready for it. So thank you for getting that up, and thank Clay and Leanne for working on that and putting that up on the site.
I also want to
Great.
share that the COVID case managers, they are doing mail outs of face masks that were made by our tribal member contractors. And so those are being mailed out currently also. And then they are assisting also with computer deliveries and working with education to provide any help that they can. So they're really doing good. They also are doing outreach. So as we requested from Elizabeth is a list of all our membership. We're cross-referencing to see those that have not received payment or did not put an application in yet. And so the staff is providing outreach and trying to get a hold of those members to have them submit an application. So they're really working hard.
Great. Okay, anything more? Is there anything that we'd like Troy to chime in on, I guess maybe an update on where we're at on the other facilities and updates to our the infrastructure that we set up for our tribal council meetings.
Okay,
General
thank you,
council
tribal
meeting.
council.
We
Yeah,
do have
thank
a,
you, Catherine.
Chairman,
Yeah, excuse me?
Kathy did send out that report from Troy. So you
Oh,
do
okay.
have that on your email as well as what he'll give us, orally.
I appreciate that too. Yeah, I had just haven't been able to catch up on my emails. I had got my COVID shot yesterday and had a bunch of other phone calls and other things. So I'll look forward to that.
And you'll notice
Yep.
on the report, it identifies each project or each, project within the overall category. And he lists completed, and if not completed, he identifies the estimated amount to complete that project with a deadline. Okay, Troy, you want to pick up and go over, review your report with tribal council, please?
Before we start, can we pull that up so the viewers can actually see it as we talk about it?
Can you see that?
Yes, we can see it.
It's up. I can see it.
Okay.
Thanks, Troy.
I was mainly, instead of going over each and every one of them, I was mainly going to focus on the auditorium project and the remote access for the general council meetings. The auditorium project, for the most part, basically that is completed as to what we originally had wanted done. He's here today just doing a little bit of fine tuning right now on just some things, just to make sure things are working the way we want them to work. So that portion is up and running with all the monitors and the new mics and the Zoom rooms connections and all that. The remote locations, we have equipment over at the community center right now. We just need to get it installed. We have that scheduled for after the holiday that's coming up to go over there and try to get the TV mount and the camera up and running. So that should be ready in a couple of weeks to be connected to a meeting. I had a meeting with Guy Palace at Tribal Health here this week about the general council streaming and how we can best do that. He mentioned some other internet providers that we should look at Beatty to try to get that facility up and running. So I'm going to be contacting them this week to see what their service is and to make sure that we have enough bandwidth that we need for meetings to go forward. And then we'll be going forward with that one. And hopefully we can have that one done within the next month or so, depending on the internet provider. And then we still have equipment for 2 other locations yet to be decided. Me and Guy discussed possibly, the other conference rooms here in this room, in this building, the administration building. And also he had some other conference rooms that might be able to be utilized as well for the general council meetings for just like family units. So that's the status right now of that project. Me and Guy are scheduled to meet again next week to go over some more information that we're looking into with Zoom about how to conduct the meeting and how to do voting, how if the polling might work and if it will work for us, and other alternatives that we're looking into. And we're going to meet again then, and then we'll report after that meeting on what we've discovered. Is there any questions with any of that?
Yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, Troy, thank you for the update. Sounds like we're making some good progress. I did have a couple of questions. Last time we talked, you were going to purchase a camera so that when our members spoke in the auditorium, that they would be visible to everyone watching. Did that happen, or is there any progress to report there?
That's in the progress of getting the camera purchased right now.
Okay.
And then once the camera is purchased and we have that, then we'll contract with the Technology Design Associates who did our auditorium project to install that, because that's in addition to what we originally contracted them for. But yeah, we have the cameras in the process of being ordered.
Okay, and the other was, you mentioned the conference rooms, and because we had talked about being able to put family units or households into those rooms. Are those ready now?
They are not ready now. They should be ready here in a couple weeks. We have the monitors are all mounted and the speakers are all mounted. We have the computers that are ready. The only thing left for us to do is to get the cameras and speakers installed and connected to the Zoom room accounts.
Okay. So we're not quite ready yet for a projected date when we might have a mock general council just to try it all out. Is that right?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Troy, I have a question in regards to bandwidth there at the tribal administration. I know that we've had some struggles. Have we tested to see how much bandwidth and if we have enough bandwidth to broadcast and run that? And I know that it kind of comes along with a mock, but have we tested it up until now?
As far as the bandwidth goes, we have increased the bandwidth here at the administration building. We more than doubled our bandwidth, so we should be good to go as far as bandwidth goes for holding meetings here and having multiple rooms on at the same time. As far as testing, for the auditorium, we've done limited tests with it. It's one up and running right now. We haven't done a full mock. Me and Guy discussed doing that as soon as we can get like some of the conference rooms up and get the community center going. We were going to do some kind of mock test with all those facilities to see how it worked.
Thank you, Troy.
Yeah. Do we have enough? Do you have enough information to give not a hard and fast, but a conservative estimate of when we might be ready to have the mock council meeting and then a follow-up real meeting? Any thoughts on that? Not that we'd hold you to it, but any feeling about that?
Honestly, I don't have an idea. I mean, a lot of factors depending on the Beatty location with internet and then the other conference rooms. I mean, I feel comfortable saying it's sometime, in the next 6 months, but it could be sooner than that. I don't want to give a closer date and we not make that, but there's still a little bit of details that got to be worked out with Zoom to see the voting and how that's going to work and get the mock done. So it's still going to be several months out.
Yeah. Secretary?
Although I think it's important that we continue to move forward to get the remote location set up and the conference room set up. I think the most important thing we can do is move forward with how we can do it on Zoom, because within the next 6 months isn't going to be a satisfying answer to our general council because we've missed a full year of general council meetings. So we're going to have to figure out some way to hold it with a blend of people social distancing within our auditorium and then participating via Zoom and get something soon, That's just my thought.
Yeah.
Yes, Member Lang?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Our membership, I don't believe, is going to go for 6 months down the road. Like I said, it's getting very stressful for them. They want to be heard, and they're getting louder and louder. And we got to figure something out. I know there's, the vaccinations. I know not that we follow the governor's orders, but we do take that into consideration. But our membership is getting pretty loud in the community, both on social media and in person. And they feel like tribal council is making a lot of decisions that they don't know about. So we need to make sure that they're being heard and they can voice their opinions. So I don't know what method that we're going to want to use. I wish we would get more watchers on the Zoom feeds. We generally have maybe topping around 40. It would be nice to get that a lot higher. And it could be because a lot of the folks don't know how to operate Zoom. They don't know how to operate the technology as of yet. But we collectively, I think council is going to have a sit down probably with all of our IT directors from all of our areas and come up with some kind of plan to where we can get, even if we have to somehow help the folks at home so that they can log in and we can have some type of Zoom meeting, and then we can maybe hold that as a general council, or at least some information to get that out there and make sure that their voices are heard as well. Because I don't think us broadcasting out without receiving questions is going to be enough for our membership.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the discussion.
This is Jessie.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Jesse.
I just wanted to also agree with what Roberta had stated, in that I'd like to see us moving forward with having a general council being held via Zoom first and foremost before we think about moving out into other locations. There's going to be a lot more logistics that come with having our membership coordinate in separate locations. And I've been thinking a lot about what that would take, you know, because our membership is all over in different areas. And that might mean our council members are separated during these general council meetings. We may have to think about who's in the room. Are they enrolled tribal members, and the logistics there, and making sure that individuals voting in these separate locations are actually tribal members of the Klamath tribes. Spaces that we don't own but would have to rent or coordinate with other organizations. So I feel like there's just going to be more logistics, bandwidth, as Ellsworth had mentioned, that comes along with other locations. That first and foremost, I think we need to get our Zoom down first. And with all of the technological failures that happen just when we have our regular tribal council meetings and regular day-to-day meetings via Zoom, this would be a really good way to pin it down first before we start moving out and furthering our reach to reach our other tribal members, which again, I fully support and I want to see move forward, because just as Ellsworth mentioned, I want to see more people fully engaged, and sometimes they just can't physically make it in person to a general council meeting. And so I see value in this. I just think we need to take one step at a time.
Yeah. Member Dumont?
Yeah, I also agree with the secretary. We don't want the perfect to become the enemy of the sooner. So I don't want you to not, you know, I mean, Gosol Gigawa sounds like you've been working on it for a while and it's not that far off. And the conference rooms here sound like they're not that far off. My understanding that Beatty was, you know, a harder do, and perhaps Portland. So I don't want us to wait till we have every possible thing in place, but I also don't want us to abandon work. If we can get Gosol Gigawa up and running, you know, in the near future, then I don't think we should give up on that, because that's a big space where we can put quite a few people and it's local.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion, because that's where I wanted to go. I'm thinking that we might be close at Gosol Gigawa and the auditorium to conduct a general council meeting and loop folks in while we continue to work on the others, you know. So we probably need to have a little bit more of a time to discuss with Troy and staff, you know, what would be doable and feasible, and discuss potential timelines, because I agree we can't wait 6 months for sure. Member Lang?
Yeah, Chairman, one of the suggestions by one of the listeners was if we could possibly, is it possible to put up a Zoom training video on our tribal website for tribal members to utilize, kind of like a how-to? Maybe they can log into YouTube, or even something like that, if we can't get it on our site, of how to log in, the things to click, unmuting, starting, stopping videos, you know, a lot of the things that we continually have issues with when we go on to meetings. We all at our level log into Zoom calls daily, sometimes 5-6 times a day, and you constantly hear, Chairman, you're on mute, we can't hear you. Or, if we also do that, we might be able to help our members figure out what their technology needs are, because if they're not actually logging in right now, do they have enough bandwidth? We have tribal council members that log in continually that don't have the bandwidth, and maybe the members realize that they have to turn off their VPN, or they need to turn off, and they are not going to know how to do that if they have a VPN, or they need to turn off their video so their audio can work. So I think we're going to learn a lot when we do our first test meetings and our mocks. So it's going to be stressful for everybody. I know that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be important when we fire up the meeting. We probably need to go through, some of that, but prepping our folks to even log in, with Zoom, I'm not sure exactly the best way to do that, whether we, have a mail out to our members, or, with some basic instructions and links on our website to videos to show you how to conduct Zoom. I'm not sure. We could talk about all that, and to increase participation as best we can. But I think if we have a quorum, do all that we can to get people involved, and hopefully have a quorum to do some business as quickly as possible with the resources that we have, or they're just around the corner. I think that's what we want to focus on.
Chairman, we can do links on our website. YouTube has a lot of Zoom video trainings. Actually, and Zoom has its own page on YouTube. It has a bunch of trainings on how to attend the meeting, how to do the unmiking and all that. We can get those links on our website, and members can start going through those now. I'll work with Taylor and Chris Parcell to get those on the website starting today, and see how soon we can get those up. And I have the next meeting with Guy, and we should have more information on how we can conduct these meetings with Zoom. So we should be able to maybe have a better idea of how long it would take us to get them. And it would probably be a lot quicker if we just did a straight Zoom meeting without all the other facilities up and ready. Because like I said, like you were saying, there's some facilities we just won't have up and ready in time due to those issues. But we can have administration, and we can have the community center up and going very shortly, and the auditorium. And once we get with Guy again, we'll have a better idea of what the actual timeline should be.
So I think we're focused on doing that. Get the Goso auditorium and conducting a Zoom meeting as quickly as possible. And so I think that would be helpful. I'm not sure if we could commit to a time on that, but our members listening in at least know that we're going to be focusing on trying to have a Zoom meeting and with those facilities up and running. So might not be that far around the corner here, but that's good news. Okay, any other questions of Troy before we let him go and get to the next item?
Just want to thank him. I know we ask for so many different things, and we're pulling you 500 different ways, and thank you for your patience. But still, we want to get that as soon as possible.
Thanks, Troy.
Appreciate it. Okay, we have Kathleen Mitchell on. So we're going to go through the ACDC OCDC partnership agreement. How you doing, Kathleen? Good to see you.
Good morning. How is everybody? I hope well. I'm not sure how you want to do this, but this is the OCDC ECDC partnership agreement for 2020-2021, and we did make some changes. Maybe we could go through the changes that were made through the administrative review process and other ways.
Yeah.
Is that agreeable?
Yeah, to focus it as good, effectively as possible. That sounds reasonable. Does that sound okay, council members?
Okay.
Would you like us to share the screen?
If you want to, it would be page 1 first. We'll talk about the 5th whereas that was added.
Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
for our members listening, they can see
Right.
also.
Right. So the annual contract funding is 142,369, and that's based on attendance and the 8 slots that are filled. But we don't have 8 slots filled right now. We only have 6. So we have put out notices. We're hoping we'll get more enrollment. It's been kind of slow on this because of this COVID stuff. So the last whereas on that page is just whereas both parties agree that the Klamath Tribes will serve eligible children through the Early Childhood Development Center, provides its own personnel management, financial management systems, including code of conduct and procurement, and this contract applies to this specific program only. Those were some comments that I got back from administrative review. We just wanted to make it clear. So we added that whereas paragraph.
Okay.
On page 4, number 1, it says 4, number 1. Okay, we added G on this to the fiscal part because the Klamath Tribes has our, we have our own complete financial management system for the program, and it meets or exceeds the fiscal requirements. So I think most of that this is a kind of a general contract from OCDC, so maybe not all of their partners have the capabilities that we do, but we have that, and so we wanted to make sure it was clear on that page. Then on page 6, we added paragraph J. ECDC will assign a staff person to support employees seeking the Child Development Associate credential that's required for their positions. And this includes assisting staff with the Oregon Registry Online sign up, coaching, mentoring, tracking progress, providing technical assistance, and professional development plans as needed or required for each position. Our education coordinator does that, and she does that not only for our partnership employees, but all of our employees. So Laurel pointed that out. She wanted to make sure it wasn't a human resource task. So page 9. Number 3, dispute resolution. The only thing we added here was on level 3, and we added in that executive directors will talk or meet to find a resolution. And if interpretation of the regulations is needed, the appropriate tribal, state, or federal agency will be contacted for interpretation. And that, so we added in tribal there for dispute resolution. And then on page 11, E, I think it's at the top. Yeah, we added this paragraph. We kind of like this paragraph, especially for external contracts and agreements. So basically, parties acknowledging irrevocably consent to the exclusive personal and subject matter jurisdiction of the Klamath Tribal Court over any dispute, suit, or other legal action that may be filed relating to the contract, provided that this provision shall not be deemed a waiver of the sovereign immunity of the Klamath Tribes, which immunity is hereby expressly asserted as to suit brought in any other forum. Provided further that any order, judgment, or award of the Klamath Tribal Court in favor of the tribes and against OCDC may be registered or enforced in any court of competent jurisdiction. So we added that. No, we haven't had any problems. This has taken a while. We've done it. We've done changes and then sent it back, made sure it was okay with them. And so I think those are the major changes. Well, I know those are the major changes we made. The only other one we did was on the attachments, which is the statement of work, like who's responsible for what. It's for actually it's the last page of the attachment. Sorry, Roberta, for all the scrolling. The very last page. We took off section 0, or O, I guess it's O. Did you have all the attachments? Yeah, so it's wait, this part that clear down at the end. We had gone through some of these personally, Jennifer and I had with OCDC staff, but we didn't get through all of them. But some of them were changed previously, and we just took off the very last section O there because it didn't apply to us. It was a different program, so it was on there, and it was there was a statement like if it applies, but it really didn't apply, so we took it off. And those are the main changes. The only changes actually, except for I tried to clean it up a little bit as far as formatting. It was difficult. But anyway, I think we got it. And this funds our infant toddler classroom. We call it the program funds, but that's what this funds was, that program, our teacher and our aide.
Okay.
Any
Any
questions?
questions or comments, folks?
Yeah, Chairman, I had a couple of questions.
Sure.
Hi, Kathleen.
Hi.
So I just wanted to make sure I understood. So it looks like we've been working on this contract for about 5 months. But
Yes.
Okay. But
Back and forth.
I see. But the effective date was about 5 months ago, and
Yes, it was in September.
okay. And so am I right that what's happening then is that we have a grant and that it's is it ODC?
OCDC.
OCDC, right, actually pays us, or is the grant through them?
It's federal money. Comes
Okay.
down to them, and they have they do what they call partnership agreements.
Okay,
We're one of about 7, I think, of their partners in the state of Oregon.
okay,
And yeah, this hasn't been a real fast process, let's put it that way. We're still providing the services. They're still paying for the funds that they're supposed to. But we didn't have the agreement done. So,
but nonetheless, it looks like there's a lot of good things spelled out there,
Mhm.
especially that statement of work. I was looking at section J where it's talking about family and community partnerships.
yeah.
And that all looks like stuff that's really valuable to us. I just wondered how much of it we've been able to accomplish.
Not a lot with COVID.
Okay,
COVID has just not been beneficial in that way. But our teachers do try to contact, well, I ask them to contact the parents each week, at least once a week. And I try to keep them informed too by sending things out to them. We were gonna try to have a virtual meeting, but we haven't. We're kind of like the general counsel. We kind of haven't done that yet. We're sort of like Zoom, because we have parents that, they don't want to Zoom. They'd rather have a telephone call,
yeah,
things like that. So it's not as good as we'd like. And I'm in contact. We have a specialist that works with us through OCDC, and she checks in all the time. And it's just happening everywhere, and they're having trouble getting enrolled students also because of COVID, and they were shut down in Klamath County just until recently. Now they're open. So, you know, we're still running on the emergency rules. So yeah, it's been hard.
So then that's probably the case also for section H there on social emotional health. I'm guessing COVID's impacted all of that too.
Yeah, we, let me see. Let me find it. I got my pages all mixed up. There's certain things that they do or supposed to do and responsible for, and then there's things that, you know, we're responsible for too, so.
Yeah, I
on
was
this.
looking at the ones that there's a joint responsibility for,
Yeah,
and it all looks like really good stuff
yeah, it is.
if we can follow through on it.
Yeah, and we do try to do all this, by the way. And we do work on it. So,
Secretary?
Is it true though that this is just a revision of an existing contract? So we have been and should have been doing these items before COVID, correct?
yes, I mean, this stuff has been, this is the same contract, as far as I know, that has always gone through.
Okay, so
Yeah.
these aren't new items. They're
No,
something
but
that
we were having family home visits and those kinds of things previously. We did, you know, do that. It's just hasn't been possible except virtual now, which, you know, we try to do. We also don't have a family advocate for our EHS classroom either. So that's one of the things that our family advocate for EHS for the infant toddler classroom does do. They set up those types of meetings with families. They work closely between the family and us, but they haven't had anybody hired for probably 10 months, 12, 11. So, yeah.
One more comment if I could, Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, as I looked at the list of responsibilities that either OCDC takes on or that is a joint responsibility,
Mhm.
you know, it strikes me that there's a lot of things here that could really help and benefit us. And so I'd be interested, you know, once we get this virus under control, in having a better understanding of where there are shortfalls as far as these contracted for services, what's happening and what's not. The family advocate is a good one. You know, if that's not happening,
Yeah.
then we really need to do what we can to ensure that it does happen.
Yeah.
But you know, I'd benefit from understanding more about how much of this is being fulfilled and how much isn't.
Yeah, well, I think we need work on it, certainly, and it's, you know, we do work on it. And like I said, with a family advocate for that, especially for that class, I think it's important to have one. There's just a lot of work to do, you know, and they're the bridge. So I'm hoping they can get one hired. I don't know. I saw something where they were doing, it sounded like they had some interviews going, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed. But yeah, we need to work on these things. There's no doubt. We're not perfect at all, and neither are they. They're not providing us our training.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at. If there are things that are not happening that should be happening, council can probably help to make sure that they follow through on what they've contracted for.
Yes, and they haven't been able to. For instance, I recently needed a teacher, and because somebody was gone because of quarantine, you know, and trying to get a teacher, and they don't have anybody. They never have had anybody. So that's, nobody has any apparently. So it's just difficult. It's all challenging, I guess. That's all I can say. Keep trying.
So are there any comments or suggestions in regards to the edits to the agreement and we may be to a point to move forward and approve the edited partnership agreement. If so, I'd entertain that motion. Someone want to make that motion? Who was that?
Jeannie?
Was it Jeannie? Okay. Then a second by Clay. Okay. Any further discussion? If not, Secretary, please conduct the vote.
I'm muted. Ellsworth Lang?
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't see my screen. I'm looking at my other screen. Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
I vote yes. I don't believe there's any other tribal council members on. Brandy just walked in, but I don't think she heard the discussion, so I'm not sure whether she wants to abstain or not.
Okay.
Brandy, we have a motion to approve the ECDC OCDC partnership agreement with the revisions. And I'm conducting the vote now.
Okay,
You want to abstain
I
or,
will abstain.
okay. Chairman, with your abstention, the vote is 602.
Okay, so the motion carries. Thank you, Kathleen. Really appreciate all the best to you. You know, it's
Thank-
difficult time there
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Goodbye.
All right, next up, I see Perry's on and Mandy from staff over at Culture and Heritage. And I think others are there to help support Jenna and Kathy perhaps. So next up is the ODE supporting Indigenous language grant submission by Perry. I believe we have that document on our drives. So with that, Perry, I guess we'll turn that over to you.
Thank you very much, Council, for the opportunity to address you this morning. Yeah, it's we're asking for permission to apply for this grant. It's an Oregon Department of Education grant. It's $150,000, and what's unique about it, it allows us to pay up to date from, I believe it's July of last year. So it's a really unique grant in that we get to pay what we owe so far and get us up to date. It is a reoccurring grant where in June we get to reapply for another $150,000. And that's just a quick description of it. If Brandy's there or Mandy, I'd like to have Mandy give you the more particulars in the details, if she could.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So yes, this is a grant from the grant period is July 1st through June 30th, July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. It's $150,000. There is a 15% cap on indirect, and that's where we had to do some research, and we had some meetings with Leanne to figure out where to come up with the rest of the money to pay for the rest of the indirect. So with the $150,000, the indirect that this grant would be able to pay would be $18,913. So we would have a shortfall of $15,880 that we would have to come up with. And so after meeting with Leanne and talking with Leanne this last week, she suggested that we could use program income. And so we have program income that we could use to cover the shortfall.
Mhm. So what is program income?
The program income is, our program income is from the CRT monitoring projects, and we get reimbursed for those, for some of those dollars. So that would be our budget.
Is that some of the training we provide? Is that what? That
No,
is,
it's
or-
not that. It's not the training budget. It's not the money that we got from the EPA. It's like the Bly Mountain realignment project. We had monitors out there, and then they reimbursed us for some costs, and all of that money goes into a archaeological fund that has just been sitting there for a while.
Okay, great. So the funds are there then. Yes, Member Dunlop?
Yeah, I think you just anticipated what I was going to ask. I wanted to make sure that these are funds that are in an account now and that it's not going to impact any ongoing monitoring.
No, this is money that we have in an account right now that's been sitting for the last, I don't even know how many years that we haven't used.
Okay. And of course, this might be something that we'd build into future agreements to make sure that
Yes.
we can cover that shortfall.
Yes. They also said, Oregon Department of Education, when we met with them, that they're working on that 15% cap to try to raise that cap because they understand that it's you know, that it's low. So they're working on that for the next grant cycle, which starts July 1st of this year. And they're trying to get the money out the door into tribes to use as quickly as possible. So if we have permission to apply, we send them the paperwork. That's what you guys are probably looking at. We send that to them. They do a contract. We told them once they send the contract back, we're going to have to put that through our legal process and then get permit, you know, go through the legal process, get it signed off by tribal council when it's time. And then we can send it back to them and they can send us the money to start using. And then we can use it for any expenses that we've already incurred all the way back to July 1st. So we can transfer those expenses back into the new grant.
Secretary?
Is this a new program through the Department of Education, Mandy, or has it been existing prior to this?
We have never applied for it, so I don't know. We just got an email one day and I started looking into it and it just happened that fast, so.
Okay.
One more question,
Yeah.
Chairman. Yeah, I
Sure.
noticed in the budget that you had allocated for the dictionaries for reproducing those and making those available to members. And I know Ron prefers the 1890 dictionary, but we have a lot of members that like the newer one, the Barker Dictionary. And so I was hoping that budget would allow for reproduction of both of those.
Yes. We have the Barker Dictionary printed, ready to hand out. Those are the ones that we hand out. And the Gadget is the one that we need to get printed so we can hand it out. It's also available on the website so people can download it, but it's easier, you know, some people just want to come in and get it printed out for them. So yes, that's the printing cost for that.
Okay, well, I think I understand why you're coming to us now because of the concern about the indirect and you wanted to assure us that was there. So any further questions on this? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve submission or putting together the grant for the indigenous language grant.
Make that
This
motion.
is Jesse. I'd like to make that motion.
Oh, sorry, Jess.
Okay, Jesse.
I'll second.
And then I saw Clay raised a hand to second. Okay. So motion and second, any further discussion? If not, Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Ellsworth,
Yes?
Clay,
E,
Jeannie,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rose, is she still on? Yeah, she is.
Rose, if you can hear, you're muted still.
Are you looking for me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was out of the room, so sorry.
that's fine. Do you want to vote on this motion, Rose? It's to approve the submission of the Indigenous Language Grant.
Okay, yes, I vote yes.
Okay. Brandy,
Yes.
and I vote E. Chairman, with your abstention, the count is 702.
Motion carries. Thanks, folks.
Thank you,
very much
everybody.
for
Appreciate it.
your time today.
701, I'm sorry.
701, okay.
Very well.
good job, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
Yeah,
thank
Thanks,
the Culture and
Mandy.
Heritage Committee too.
Thank
Okay.
you.
yeah. Thanks all. Okay, next we have resolution 2021-002. And for some reason it escapes me what that's about again. I didn't write the notes down, but oh, it was adding travel center, right? So who wants to move us through that, secretary or? I know Laurel's here to assist us too.
Chairman, it might be good before we go to that resolution, just to ask someone to describe what it is we're doing for the folks who are watching.
Yeah, yeah, I need that too. Yes, please. I was asking who would be best to do that.
I can start it, I guess.
Okay,
Okay, so I haven't been a part of the meetings for quite a while, but Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services had set up a benefits committee with between all of our tribal entities, admin, GRC, the casino, and now the travel center. Tribal Council voted to allow the travel center to offer benefits for the employees down there, which is a big step for us. And in doing so, per the committee, I guess, bylaws of the benefits committee, they're here to present the tribal council resolution establishing the benefits committee, but also to include the travel center so that they can take advantage of the employee benefits for their employees down there. Let's see, did you want me to read the whereases? Will that help?
yes, I think so for
Load it
folks
out.
listening in.
So I'll start 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'll start with the 5th whereas on resolution 2021-002. Whereas the Klamath Tribes Tribal Council offers numerous employment benefits to eligible Klamath Tribal employees, including a health benefits plan for the purpose of extended medical, dental, prescription drug, and vision insurance coverage. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Klamath Tribal Council has established an employee benefits committee to carry out the effective evaluation, negotiation, and implementation of employee health benefits and supplementary employee benefits. And be it further resolved, the Klamath Tribal Council appoints the following staff position to serve on the Employee Benefits Committee. It is the General Manager or Designee of Tribal Administration, Klamoya Casino, the Travel Center, Klamath Gaming Regulatory Commission, and the Tribal Treasurer. Human Resources Director for Tribal Health, for Tribal Administration, and for Klamoya Casino. The Finance Officers of Tribal Health, Administration, and Klamoya Casino as needed. administrative officers for tribal health administration. Those are that makes up the benefits committee. Be it further resolved, the Klamath Tribal Council appoints the Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services Health General Manager to serve as chairperson of the Employee Benefits Committee. And be it further resolved, the Klamath Tribal Council appoints the Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services Finance Officer in consultation with the Tribal Treasurer to serve as the Employee Benefits Committee financial point of contact, and as such, authorizes the financial point of contact with approval of the Tribal Treasurer to manage plan expenses and obtain from participating Klamath Tribal entities proportionate financial reimbursement thereof. And be it finally resolved, the Employee Benefits Committee will report quarterly to Klamath Tribal Council. Minutes reflecting Employee Benefits Committee recommendations, action plans, and evaluation or follow-up shall be maintained for each Employee Benefits Committee meeting and will be approved by the Employee Benefits Committee at the following meeting. After approval, copies of the minutes will be distributed to Tribal Council. So that kind of sums it up. Berta?
Secretary?
So, yeah, I just wanted to point out that I don't know that Tribal Council, you know, all I did was add the general manager or designee for the travel center to this. I don't know if there's any other changes that Tribal Council desires. I know that there may have been feelings that it was maybe too many people that we appointed. AOs may not need to be participating. But that's, I was just letting council know that that's all I did. And so it's definitely up to them if they want me to revise in any way this resolution.
Okay.
And I would look to Laurel, I believe she's on,
Okay.
to, you know, give us some advice on what's needed from the committee or from this resolution.
Mhm.
The administrative officers are usually just come when the general managers can't, so that would be their designee, so they're already on there as a designee. We did send the request for quotes for the benefits, did not include the Crater Lake Travel Center, so I think we probably need to figure out if the TPA is going to charge the same percent, because I think they're getting less benefits than the rest of us. So I'm not sure what was agreed to on that end.
And I don't know that we, it was necessarily included in the budget when we discussed the budget with Travel Center. So that's something that we would have to maybe do a revision or just note it for the Travel Center's budget to pay their portion of that.
Yeah, we can catch it up. There were just a few missteps, and I sent to Dr. O'Larrabee the missteps, and so we can catch it up. I'm sure Troy needs to get them done by the 19th. So he wasn't worried about pay. It just wasn't in the decision-making process. So
Leave that up to us. We just make decisions without it.
so we can go back and catch up. We need to make sure that there's representation on the committee so that we can, because they're going to add them as a division. So now we'll have 5 divisions on our benefits, but the truck stop will have just medical as my, just that portion for this year. So the TPA would have less work, so I'm not sure if they're getting the same percentage. That's something we'll have to ask.
I just have a question about, I don't know if Dr. O'Larrabee's on or anybody from health, but I know due to COVID too, I haven't been as involved, but also I haven't seen any minutes or anything from the committee either. So if we could catch up on those.
Yeah,
Thank you, Doctor.
I've asked for that as well.
Okay.
So They did set up regular meetings, but I haven't seen any minutes yet.
Okay, thank you. I'll send out an email and request those.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Laurel. I think I've had this question answered for me before, but I can't recall. Your comment about the first year in just medical. I think I asked, but there were other employee savings programs, and I know there are 401ks, but none of that will be included in this.
I have no idea because I didn't even know they were getting benefits. The last time when the benefit committee was meeting and getting prepared for the 2021 benefits, the truck stop said they couldn't afford it and they didn't participate. So it came as news to me last week that they were even getting benefits, and that was just on the budget. So I don't know what they agreed to provide their staff.
Yes, maybe Brandy remembers.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
From what I recall is that they chose to just do the medical right now since this was the first time and to see how that works when Michael presented his budgets. So we'll look later on into the future to see, you know, how the business is doing and see if we can add some other benefits to them.
Thanks.
They'll need to identify a benefit contact and then someone to enroll and administer for their division, because the company needs to have a single point of contact for each division.
Well, I think the general manager handled that, correct? You know, yeah, he'd be best. Did you have something in addition, Clay, or was that the question?
And I may not need to be going this far into the weeds, but my recollection is also that Michael had talked about an opt-out. I think he had said $50 or $100, just so that we're not paying for folks who don't want to use the medical or already have access to the medical because they're tribal members. So I just wanted to make sure that none of those details of what we had talked about got left out, because it sounds like Laurel got left out of that whole discussion. So we want to make sure she's up to speed.
Wasn't just me, the whole committee got left out, and then we got asked questions and we had no idea.
Yeah.
The TPA started asking us questions, and that's how we found out.
So Michael is the point of contact. So if there's any unresolved or questions, you know, the way that Clay described it is what I recall. And this is the first step in considering maybe some other benefits down the road. But, you know, there was a concern about some folks may not want to opt in to and take advantage of the medical benefits. And we thought if they didn't want that, you know, it would save us some funds. So it's the discretion of the employee.
I don't know if that's an option if they're following the same plan, because our plan is written to include all eligible employees.
And then also, isn't there a resolution that if for tribal members, if coverage is offered to you, you need to take it unless it, you know, is at cost to you? I don't know.
Treasurer?
Also, I recall that Michael did work with Troy, and Troy helped him come up with some of the options that he presented to tribal council. So we'll have to pull up those minutes and then send that forward to the committee so they know.
Yeah, I think that was the dropped item, is not communicating with the committee after the discussion and the approval of the budget.
So they're in the process of finalizing our plan document for HMA. So if they're going to have a different coverage, we would need to get that in really quick.
Yes. So with the resolution, I think it's covered. The only question was, do we want to have the AOs identified? It sounds like the general managers have the ability to appoint them in their stead if they're not available.
And I can take that out pretty easily.
Yeah, put it as designee or as needed or something.
Yeah, and I think because it does say in the GM or their designee, I think that would work, and they would involve them as necessary. So if that's a recommended or agreeable change of the council, we can do that. And with that change, is there anything else, or can we move forward and approve resolution 2021 -002? Okay, if we're there, I'd entertain a motion to approve that with the amendment we just discussed. Okay, Member Lang moves. Is there a second? Okay, Member Dumont seconds. With no further discussion, I don't see any. Secretary, if you could approve the, move forward with the vote, please.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Jesse Hikofka,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher,
Yes.
I vote E. With your abstention, Chairman, it's 701.
Okay, so the motion carries. So, thanks for joining. Okay, process on the agenda. It looks like after this item we're going to have lunch. So I don't know what the council would like to do. If we'd like to take lunch now and come back at 1, I'm anticipating there. But there is another item or two we might be able to move forward with. I did think the annual call for enforcement might be pretty easy to do.
Brad's in a meeting.
Oh, he's in a meeting. Okay.
I was going to mention Dr. O'Larrabee and Nakoa, and I'm not sure who else from health will be here at 1. They
Yeah.
wanted presentations and available counsel, I think. Available, maybe not in our offices. I won't,
Oh,
but I won't
prior to the meeting?
at 1 o'clock.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that we would reconvene the meeting at, let's say, 1:30? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we
And
can,
have some.
I'm not sure how it's going to work, Chairman.
And Secretary, a couple questions on our chat here is if admin is excused.
Oh, yes. Yes, thanks.
Mhm.
Yeah, doctor, what would work?
Good morning, sir, and good morning, everybody. We are hoping to come to the auditorium to present the AAA certificates. And we're also hoping that we can take a group photograph with them that we can put onto the website. And that will help us to advertise and let the world know that we have that accreditation. So we'll be in the office by 1 o'clock, sir.
Okay, so you'll be here at 1.
Yes, sir.
So we have an hour and a half. So it sounds like what you're talking about, we would take a few minutes before we reconvene at 1:15 or 1:30. And that gives us a couple hours here to try to figure out what to do between now and then, including lunch. So am I understanding that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we could let our folks know that when we do recess, we will be coming back together at 1:30 after some of the.
Chairman, sir,
You'll-
if we can do one, that would be great. We'll be there before
we
1.
can do. Okay.
Thank you.
You said you'll be there before 1, so we can start at 1.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if that's the case, maybe what we can do now is take a lunch and come back, around 12:30, 1:45, and to take care of, I guess we could do that at. We'll take a lunch and we'll be in the office back here at about 12:30, and as soon as you get here, we'll take care of that business and then reconvene the meeting at 1. That work? Okay. Thanks, folks. All right, well, Bill, we're going to recess until 1 at this point. Thanks, folks, for joining in on the Zoom. Look forward to you coming back on. And we'll see you, Doctor, prior to 1.
could change his to speaker view, but
Okay,
that's the only other thing they could do besides get closer to the chairman.
okay.
Everyone, can you hear me okay? We're kind of, we were having a little bit of technical difficulty, but we wanted to recognize a great achievement for the Klamath Tribes. We received national accreditation after all these years of working through, you know, the process for our health
They could do besides get
operations.
closer to the chairman.
And we have our compliance officer, Nicola Mendez here. She has a few words to say. I hope folks can see us okay. We had a little bit of technical difficulty. We're using Dr. Alerbe's phone for this, so I hope folks can hear. Secretary Frost, you can hear okay? Okay.
Yes, we
great.
can hear you.
So this is a wonderful achievement to you know, to be recognized this way after going through the process, and you know, council members were involved in recent interview as a part of the process. But at this point, I want to turn it over to Nicola, and we want our members to know, everyone to know, you know, this wonderful achievement and the success for our health and services and facilities. So, Nicola.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council. Thank you. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to present today. It is with great pleasure and excitement that I'm standing here before you to finally say that as of October 2020, Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services has been accredited by the Accreditation Association for Ambulatory Healthcare, or also known as AAAHC. This is a great honor as it distinguishes our healthcare facility from other outpatient facilities through adherence to rigorous standards of care and safety. Our status as an accredited organization means we have met those nationally recognized standards for the provision of high quality healthcare as set by AAAHC. More than 6,100 healthcare facilities across the United States are accredited by AAAHC. Regionally, we are the only ambulatory healthcare facility accredited by AAAHC south of Eugene and east of Ashland. That means the sole AAAHC accredited organization in Klamath County. We are setting the standard for healthcare in our community. For those unfamiliar with what accreditation is, as I mentioned before, achieving accreditation will mean that our organization has undergone a thorough review of its policies and practices and has met nationally recognized standards for high quality healthcare. Both quality and performance of services are measured against those nationally recognized standards. Accreditation really represents that gold standard in ambulatory or outpatient healthcare. It is a voluntary process. We didn't have to do this. We chose to do this. It measures our quality of our services. It measures the performance of the services against nationally recognized standards. And it really is seen as a good housekeeping seal of approval. So what are some of those benefits of accreditation? Ultimately, our patients have increased patient safety. We have increased employee safety. We improve the quality of care for our patients. We achieve that regulatory compliance that is important. Quality is displayed throughout our organization. There are also increased funding opportunities and also greater recruitment and retention for our staff. Our path to accreditation has been a long journey, and to borrow a phrase from Dr. Alerbe, a fruitful one. Over the last several years, I've had the opportunity to join and then ultimately lead our A-team or accreditation team. When I transitioned into my new role as a compliance administrator, I found a memo dated September 27, 2001 by a previous health general manager, stating that our goal was to be accredited over the next 2 years. Although we may have multiplied that goal by 10, however, every hurdle we've crossed over those last 20 years has only made our healthcare system more robust and even more worthy of this honor. As Maya Angelou has stated, all great achievements require time. With that, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each and every staff member at Klamath Tribal Health. Accreditation is not achieved by one person or even by one team. We must all live our mission, our core values in order to achieve our vision. Thank you.
Certifications.
And I want to share our certificate. So this beautiful certificate will be located at all of our healthcare facilities. We have one at our wellness center here in Chilcoin, the multi-purpose building, as well as the YFGC downtown will get one, as well as South 6th Street.
So hand over to Chairman.
Thank you. Wonderful. It says Certificate of Accreditation to Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services, 3949 South 6th Street, Falls, Oregon. in recognition of its commitment to high-quality care and patient safety, October 1st, 2023. And it's signed by the officials on their board. So wonderful, and we have this for each one of our facilities. So, on behalf of our tribal council, our people, Nicole, thank you for your working this, and all of our staff. You know, as you said, I know that this has been in progress for a long time. It took a lot to get here, a lot of revision of policies, and a lot of effort. And it's just a wonderful achievement for our people. And so thank you so much for your hard work. And thanks to all the staff and everyone involved over the years, previous general managers, everyone that's helped us get to this point. It's wonderful. So
Thank you, sir.
Chairman? And Nicoa? Dr. O'Larrabee, would you ask Nicoa if it's possible for her to send me the information that she was speaking from?
Yes.
So I can
She
include it
will.
in minutes? Okay,
Thank
that would be great. Thank you.
So can we have a photograph with the officers who are here? Please, Secretary, can you join us here with the certificates, please? Thank you very much. Secretary, please join us. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for allowing us to take that time. Chad, thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate that. We'll be firing up here. We had a little bit of technical difficulty. We had to use Dr. Larrabee's cell phone to do what we did in the auditorium, but wonderful achievement by our health team and previous councils and general managers in the past. Wonderful. So while folks are coming on, I think everybody's ready to go, Secretary. I guess we're officially out of recess now and moving on. And we are prepared to have a presentation, you know, after our visit to the Rogue facility over there. And thank you, Chad. Do you say McComas? Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, good job. It was an honor to have you folks come over.
I don't know if maybe I have my video or my audio muted or something. Oh, here, yeah, I got it. Thanks.
Chairman, I do believe I saw Dr. Adams and Monica in the auditorium.
Yes,
So
they are.
are they, because they were presenting, so I'm not sure how they're going to participate.
I didn't verify that. I know Dr. Larrabee is on his phone. Dr. Larrabee, do you know how Monica and Dr. Adams are going to participate in the meeting? Yeah, because I think we're going to need to rely upon them to help guide us through the presentation in the PowerPoint. So not sure what's going on there. Dr. Larrabee might be maybe I'm going to walk down the hall and see what's going on here real quick. Oh, okay, there they are.
I'm going to take a little bit different seat here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect.
So are you going to kick us off then, Monica?
I will kick us off here.
Maybe I'm going to walk down the hall. We can share the screen on this side. I think that's probably what we need to do, right? When we go through the PowerPoint.
First thing I wanted to focus on today, we may have changed the order a little bit different and with the way it looks like on the agenda, but I do feel that it's really important that we start with the actual homeless initiative resolution that was submitted. It is my understanding that you guys do have this document in hand already. I believe it was sent via email. And the reason why we're choosing to focus on the resolution first is I think in our recent discussions, we really understand that this is our absolute foundation for any work and any commitment to the homeless population moving forward. So I would like to start with focusing on the resolution, any discussion around the resolution language, and then adopting it if we could potentially get that today. So I have the document here. I think it's been also sent to you folks ahead of time to review it, any language that might be needed for it. And so with this, is there any questions in regards to the resolution that was submitted, changes in the focus or the language, or any questions about the resolution itself?
Yes, I'm not sure if all the tribal council members participated in our recent discussion about this, about the resolution, and because I know we had a follow-up meeting. So, you know, the thinking is we realize we have a lot of planning to do. We know that there's need. We've identified that. We thought perhaps for the council consideration, if we were to move forward with an initiative by resolution, similar to what we did when we established the youth council initiative. And though we know there's so much to work out, we're not sure how it's going to work out. And though we're going to see a model for that may or may not work for us for providing homeless services for our folks, the thinking is if we focus and pass a resolution, that should bring all of the appropriate folks together, you know, in all of our entities throughout our organization to coordinate on this, you know, because there's a lot to consider, a lot to plan. And, you know, it's in the spirit of even Homoski that we talked about, the resolution that was passed, and the interest in really coordinating our services more effectively, you know, and kind of break through what has been characterized as silos in the past. So the thinking was if we were to move forward with a resolution, then there's more work to identify the team and the resources. But by resolution, if the spirit and intent of this is to, by resolution, make this a priority and help facilitate moving forward with something that would really serve the need of our people in the community here. So, and Monica, I know you did quite a bit to help move this forward. Is there anything more that you'd like to do, or maybe it might even be that helpful for our members that are listening in is to maybe even go through this resolution, though it may take a little bit of time, but I think it's a fundamental part of the process for consideration of the council to potentially address the need that we all know.
Right.
Thank you, Don. Yeah, I wanted to add to the context that you just gave. That was a really nice summary of how we got to this point about bringing a homeless initiative resolution to the table. COVID really has brought to light and put a magnifying glass on the real homeless issue that we have in the Klamath tribes. You were right in that initiative in a resolution would really bring us to full accountability across all departments that directly serve the tribal members in creating a partnership and a plan to move forward to address both short and long-term goals for supporting our homeless population. So, you know, COVID has really been an entry point, I think, for a lot of departments. We're fielding calls often, almost daily or multiple times daily for folks that are really impacted by loss of home. And so here we are with this homeless initiative. I am very honored to be sitting in this position today and having this discussion and bringing this resolution forward. I think it is definitely another milestone for the tribes that we are back at the table again, solution focused, ready to go in full force and do this work. It's extremely important. I was even from a cultural element, looking at the dictionary this morning, just seeing if that we had any language around a word like homelessness. And the closest word I could find really spoke to a meaning of being outside of, and that was really telling to me is that we don't want this population to feel like they're outside of the tribe. Everybody needs to feel inclusive when we're rebuilding identity and rebuilding a nation. And so I'm just really honored to be sitting in this position today and speaking on behalf of our homeless population out here and working for solutions for them on behalf of them. And so I'm going to go ahead, if you'd like me to, is just read the resolution and the language around it.
Chairman.
Okay, so.
Chairman.
Yes, Secretary, go ahead.
We do have a guest that, you know, he was first on the agenda.
Yeah.
I think so. I'm not sure that we want to keep him here because I think he was here for the first portion of it.
Yeah.
So I want, you know, to be aware of that. And we've taken up some of his time because he came on around 1. So, you know, I think it would be polite to deal with his part of the presentation first.
Yeah, I think that is appropriate to consider, Chad. Now, folks, I do know that this resolution is fundamental, but I think we can come back to this after just laying this foundation and this discussion and really take advantage of the opportunity for Chad to answer questions as we go through you know, what we saw on our field trip and visit to the facilities. But Chad, I see your hand up. Is there something you'd like to communicate?
I'll just tell you, I can be here till 2, so keep that.
So I think it would probably be better to move to this other item so we can let you move on, Chad. I appreciate that. Can we switch gears, folks?
Yes, that's fine. I'll go ahead and hand it over to Kathleen. She's going to do the report on our visit to Rogue Retreat.
Thank you. And thank you, Secretary, for bringing that up. I appreciate that.
So you hold this.
I thought we were going to Chad next.
That's you. That's before.
I thought we were going to Chad.
So we're going to go to the summary of the report of the Rogue Retreat, and we invited Chad, who's so willing to join us today to answer any questions. And it was pretty, you know, of course, it was a great tour. I was just appreciate your support, Chad. It seems like what you've done, you've addressed a lot of the typical concerns that communities have when they try to figure out how to address this need. And it was just, I initially thought I was going to go over and take a look at, you know, pallet houses. I didn't quite understand the multi-tiered approach that you had and how the programs work. And I know we're interested in something similar. So this is a great model to consider, and we appreciate your commitment to help us out, because I know you just want to do a good work for our communities. And I thank you so much for that. I could see that in your heart. So thanks for joining us today. So I think we'll go through the PowerPoint, and you're here to answer questions and provide any insight you think that would be helpful. So Dr. Adams, if you want to take it from here, then we'll turn it over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. We're ahead of the game. Roberta, I'm not sure if you put the PowerPoint up.
We're hearing a bit of an echo. I don't
Yes,
know.
I do have it up, Dr. Adams.
Is there, are you next to another phone that has the audio on, Doctor?
Yes, is this better?
Yeah, that's better. Great, thank you.
I can still hear myself in the background. I'm not sure how to move through the PowerPoint. Is that something, Member Frost, that you can do?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
No, she moved for you. She moved for you.
Okay. We had the opportunity to visit with Mr. McComas a while back, and we're very impressed. He gave us a lot of information in a very short time. So my intention right now is to just give you an overview as if you had the opportunity to walk with us. We visited 3 different levels of housing that they have. We're very impressed, excuse me, with all of it. Next slide, please. Click again. This is a direct quote from Mr. McComas. As participants take the next right step, take the risk, forget about their past failures, click, and move forward, the next right thing presents itself. I chose that quote because I think we're looking at what's the next right thing for Klamath Tribes. So I like this photo in particular because it's a great photo of Mr. Lopez. But this is us as a group arriving at the first place, which is tents, canopies, and pallet homes. And I have an X up here over people's heads because the building you're seeing in the background is not affiliated with Rogue Retreats at all. This is a location, it's on an empty lot. There are no permanent buildings on that lot. Next slide, please. This gentleman with his hands clasped is one of the staff who is stationed at this tent community, or the pallet house and tent community. Behind him, you can see huge canopies, and underneath those big canopies, there are smaller tents that individuals have set up. So this particular location is a combination of tents and, next slide, please, pallet houses. Now, when I first heard the word pallet house, I assumed that it was little homes that were made out of shipping pallets. Not the case at all. What you can see in this slide, I don't know these 2 folks. I chose the slide because it gives you a good sense of these are what the pallet homes look like as they are set up. And then on the right hand of the slide, you can see some of the tents that are there as well. So this is just to say, here's what the pallet houses look like when they're up and running. And this particular location is also for tents. Next slide, please. So this is what a small pallet house looks like up front. Again, you can see there's some tents next to it. Next slide, please. Okay, the interior of these houses is fascinating. I found it fascinating. The pictures that you saw previously were of this particular pallet house. I think it's 64 square feet and it has 2 bunks in it. There are larger homes that have 4 bunks. And if you could click on this, it'll give me some talking points. Okay, all the doors and windows lock. Secure ventilation system. You can open up the ventilation. Structural floor, aluminum framing. It can be placed on any surface. I would say any solid surface. They've learned some things about that they can teach us. 10 plus years of material lifespan. Folding bunk beds. Now these bunks fold up, could be used as desk space too. Click please. Yep, bed desk options, integrated shelving. Easy to clean and sanitize materials. These pallet homes could effectively be hosed down if necessary. Resisting mold, very resistant to the weather and the typical things that buildings have to be protected against. Wind, snow. Each has a fire extinguisher, a carbon monoxide monitor, and a smoke detector. They can be disassembled up to 40 times for storage and relocation. These go up very quickly. Mr. McComas can tell us more about that. Okay, the second place we visited was called the Kelly Shelter, and this is a dormitory shelter for 64, I think. I could be wrong on that. Okay, 64 people. And this is what it looks like from the outside. You would have no idea that what you're looking at right here is a dormitory style homeless shelter. Next slide, please. So this is a shot of the inside. You can see they have personal protection panels that are in between the bunks so that people are able to use this facility during COVID. This is another slide of that same facility. They take pets here. They have folks who come in and deliver meals and often have volunteers doing that. They have families with small children in a separate room. Their mission in working with families is to move them to other kinds of opportunities because these shelters aren't set up really for families. Okay, the third place that we visited was Hope Village, and this is a tiny home community. Each of these buildings has 2 residences in it. They're a little bit bigger than the pallet houses. I couldn't find a photo of the inside of these, but they're bigger than the pallet houses. There's more stability. The folks in this particular housing facility have expectations placed upon them that are different from those in the first 2. One of the things that's really appealing to us as we looked at this was that these are very low barrier shelters. In other words, people don't have to have their lives together to get into a homeless shelter. We're looking at finding homes first and then helping with all of the other challenges that folks have once we get them housed. Next, please. Another shot of what these houses look like. So there are 2 residences in each of these. And I believe that's all I have. We are really excited about the opportunity we had to do this tour. And I really want to thank Mr. McComas for being here with us. He can answer questions way better than I can. But I feel like we're really lucky to have him so close. And they have been doing this for quite some time. And I think they're going to save us a lot. They're going to get us up the learning curve, I think, faster than we would otherwise. So thank you.
Okay. So I was trying to figure out the best use of your time, Mr. McComas. I know we went through that really quickly. Those of us that were able to be on the call talked about just the multi-tiered approach in addressing the need, from folks that have the immediate need to have shelter and a way to clean themselves and in toilet facilities, to a more structured homeless shelter, in services that kind of upper level services, and even assisting folks to get ID and to try to get back on track, and then the tiny homes. So just the approach, the multi-tiered approach, and all this was administered from an office apart from each individual facility. So you don't have folks hanging out, on a daily basis trying to get in for the services. You basically coordinate those services from the various sites. So I think that addressed some of the community concerns about these facilities and so forth. But so I just, because it is a multi-tiered approach with different objectives and different criteria for the services, I think if you could maybe explain that a little bit, and then kind of open it up for questions. And I know Dr. Larrabee sent a report out that we can refer to also. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out the best use of the time. Would it be good to turn that over to Mr. McComas, Dr. Larrabee, and since he has to leave shortly?
Thank you, Chairman. I believe that Chad is here to give us some insight into how he began and how he has gotten thus far. Chad has a very amazing story, an amazing history, And thank you, Chad, for joining us this afternoon. Please share briefly on your experience and how you can help us as a tribe have a homeless response that will be sustainable and cost effective. Thank you, Chad.
Yeah, that's a mouthful. Thank you. You know, I was off a Zoom call just a half an hour before I got on with you folks from a gentleman who used to be the executive director for Central City Concern out of Portland. You guys might want to check into that sometime. They're an amazing organization, has about 2,500 living units today, but they started by just taking one person off the streets that had addiction issues and where they are today. And he made a comment to me that I'm going to make to you folks too. He said, housing is the key to addiction recovery. You know, I don't know how many folks that you deal with might have addiction issues, but about 80% of the homeless we deal with have addiction issues. And we can tell them they need to get help with their addiction, or we can house them and then help them get the help they need. And that's much more effective. Does that make sense where I'm going? And I imagine you folks need to provide some kind of emergency housing, some kind of transitional housing, where you can take these folks that can't pick themselves up by their bootstraps, and you can give them a safe place to be, surround them with case management, peer support specialists, people that will have life experience, and then you can start working them up that mountain where they need to get. And they can get there. In our 3 different levels, we find that about 50% of the people we can really help. Now that breaks my heart that we can't help the other 50%, but if I can help 50% and get them on and out and be self-sufficient, then I can take another one in and start all over again with a new person. And that's where I think you folks are. You need to create that place you can bring these people. They can be safe, you can oversee it, it can be a humane place to be, and it can be a place of hope, and you can really make an impact on your tribes. I think that's what you're wanting, right?
Yes.
If I'm seeing that right. And I think the fear of working with the homeless is it's going to be out of control. The community's going to hate it. It's going to be an eyesore, all those type of things. I think as you did your tour, you can see that it doesn't have to be that way. You can create something that's an asset to the community, that looks really nice, that is clean and respectful. Even the campground, which is on a vacant lot with mud, and we're covering it with wood chips as best we can, it can still be an inhabitable place to be for these folks, because it's better than living under a bush, trying to sleep in a broken down car, trying to worry about if somebody's going to attack them tomorrow night, or is all their stuff going to be stolen. They can actually have a safe place to be where they can sleep. Now they can start working on their other basic needs. We can make sure they can get a shower, make sure they can connect with different agencies and resources in the community that can help them, whether it be addiction recovery or health issues, or getting a job, or getting a GED, or getting their ID back, all those kind of things that they have to move forward. And running a shelter takes staff. That's one thing we talk to you folks about is our campground. We have 24-hour staff, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The same thing with our shelter. That costs money, but it's far cheaper than the county jail or other things that they could do. A lot of places are putting people in hotel rooms. That's a lot more expensive than creating a campground or a tiny house village. And I could talk all day, and Dr. Larrabee, I would love to share my history, but you don't have time for that. So I'd rather answer specific questions you have.
Thank you, Chad. So thank you for your presentation, Chad. If we are to start a homeless response or a tiny home or emergency shelter, how do we go about it, Chad?
Well, first, Secretary had a comment or question.
Oh, sorry, sir. Thank you. I didn't see your hand.
See everybody very well. So yes, Secretary.
Chad, could you explain what the limitations are for entry into your tiny home? Not the pallets, but the
basic rules.
Yeah, basic rules.
Basic rules. We're a low barrier shelter, low barrier campground, low barrier tiny house village. Doesn't mean no barrier. Low barrier means you have to agree to no theft while you're there, no violence, no drug use or alcohol use on the premises. You may still need to go out and take care of your need, but you can't do it on the site. That's grounds of dismissal if we catch you trying to shoot up or drink up on the site, because we want to make it a safe place for everybody else who might be trying to get rid of that stuff. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then when they come in, we have a case management program, and we invite them at the campground level to get involved. At the Kelly Shelter level, we expect them to get involved. And at the tiny house village, we're expecting them to be further down the road. They're moving more and more up this ladder to self-sufficiency.
So is that what you recommend, is like a step up? Because I don't think everybody is ready for maybe that third step yet.
They're not ready at first. I mean, they're not even ready for community at first. Some of these people have been homeless for a long time, and they don't know how to deal with other people. So it takes a while for them to trust that community. But what we find is once they're there for a while, they really become bonded to each other. They're hungry for community.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Dumont.
Hi, Mr. McComas. You know, I'm really concerned about, I mean, I was pleased to hear you talk about 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week staffing and wraparound services. I'm wondering who enforces the substance use regulations, and, you know, I mean, are there police officers called? I can envision situations where violence is a real potential, and do you have staff that's trained to deal with that, or how do you handle that?
Clay, that's a great question. Yes, our staff are trained. They're trained in de-escalation techniques and all types of things that they need to be trained. Believe it or not, our campground has had very little problem. I was a little nervous. We opened back in July, and I was thinking, you're going to get all these people that are homeless and they're active in their addictions. We're going to have a mess. We just haven't had it. It's just blown me away. Probably the biggest issue we have is mental illness. We get people that are beyond our ability and our staff's ability to handle their issues. That's when we get ourselves up and over our head. So we try to work with our local mental health providers. The CCOs here have 2 mental health organizations. We work with our mental health from the county. I imagine you must have some type of mental health services over there in Klamath. And so we try to connect them where they need to get help from there. But the police do work with us. They come if we need them. We really haven't needed them very much. You know what I find, Clay, is that some of these people are so hungry for some kind of structure that when they finally get it, the majority really appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I'm sure Monica has communicated to you the long history of trauma, you know, the intergenerational issues of racism and poverty. And, you know, we have a lot of folks who are not very healthy. And I'm deeply concerned that if we dive into this without thinking through in a really practical way how this is going to be handled on a daily basis, hour by hour, and I really feel I need to be walked through that. I need to have a sense of different sorts of folks coming through the door, and how they're going to be helped, and how all of that is not going to result in, you know, ugliness somewhere in our community that you know, that we okayed. So
good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point. And Clay, you're going to want to make sure you hire the right people to be those staff members. That's going to be a real key, because they can either exacerbate a problem or they can calm it down and resolve it.
So, I mean, I was surprised too when we were there. You've had not a lot of real terrible interactions or events or incidents there that required the police to be there. Even from the, you know, the pallet home facility to the homeless shelter up to the tiny home village. And maybe some of that is the folks that have the immediate need that are still doing drugs. You don't have a lot of real strict requirements. I guess they do come and go. They just can't fight. They can't steal. They can't do drugs or alcohol on the premises. And that's, I mean, is that what you attribute the reason that it's been successful at even that first initial basic level?
At every level, your people are a little bit more advanced in their recovery process and their thinking process. But at the very basic level, we don't even have heat out there because we have no electricity. Now, these pallet structures can be plugged in for heat, and if you folks have a place where you can have electricity, that would be amazing. But I'll apologize to these folks all the time. I say, I'm really sorry we have, you know, we don't have heat out here, you're cold, we don't have all the amenities, and they'll just say, oh, we're just so grateful to have a place that's safe, that I'm not going to be attacked, and I can sleep. And I find that when they get some of those basic needs, remember the Maslow triangle, you know, the 5 levels, and you start out with that survival stuff. When you take care of survival stuff, then they're able to start moving into the other things that we need them to move into, so they can start putting their lives back together. But if they're just struggling out there, trying to figure out where they're going to sleep, where they're going to get water to drink, where are they going to find food, how can I use a bathroom without having to do it out in public? You know, am I going to get, you know, attacked tonight? Are people going to be mad at me because I'm homeless? When you get past that for these folks, it's like a breath of fresh air for most of them.
Well, I know we have only have a few minutes left with you, and I appreciated your willingness to provide more information, interact with us, share what you've done, you know, kind of give us information on what worked and didn't work, you know, anything that you could do. I appreciate your interest and willingness to assist us in that. So I imagine we'll probably spend a little bit more time with you, and I just so much appreciate your commitment to do that. You know, I know it's a part of your heart and who you are. That's why you've been able to bring it this far. So, and so it's not just the Klamath or the Medford area. You're assisting people throughout the region, it sounds like, and you're willing to help.
We are.
And I so much appreciate that. So,
and Don, for those that didn't get a chance to come over for the tour, if there's any of your you know, your tribal members at large that want to come, or anybody that's interested, we'll do more tours. Just, you know, get in a car and come on over. There's something about seeing it that changes your perspective. I had 2 police officers recently come down from Lebanon, Oregon, and they're having a major homeless problem up there, and they don't have any shelters. And they need to create a shelter, but they don't want what they've seen in the past. They don't want a trashy place, a hangout for the homeless, drugs going on in the parking lot. They don't want that. And they came down and took a look at what we have, and they were so impressed. They're now next week dragging down their city leaders to take a vision of it too, so they can go back and say, how do we start something like this? So if any more want to come over, we'd be glad to do that. I'll be glad to meet with any of you anytime. If you want me to come over there, I'll do that. If we can help you get something going where you can serve your people, that'd be awesome. That's my commitment to you, okay?
thank you so much for that.
Thank
I
you.
heard that commitment. I just so much appreciated that, and
No problem.
look forward to talking with you more.
And doctor, keep in touch with me.
Chad, I will. Thank you very much.
All right. God bless you all. If I can help, let me know. I'll zoom out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chad.
Okay, since, do you have any more comments about that? Maybe we could go back and address the resolution for the homeless. Then there's a specific contract you wanted us to consider. So let's go back to that homeless resolution, and I'm glad we're able to switch gears back to that. I appreciate Mr. McComas coming on. Just a great guy.
Okay, and Donna, I just wanted to clarify that our ask today isn't that we immediately jump in with both feet and begin solving this problem. That isn't our intent, and it wasn't our intent, you know, for Chad and his program to be highlighted today. It was really just, this is possible. And it's possible with a lot of collaboration from departments and community, and that's exciting. And to see a program that's been operating for 20 plus years just over the hill gives us a lot of hope. So in order to solve, you know, intermediate semi-permanent housing and later permanent housing solutions, it's going to take a lot of assessment, building capacity, proper planning, which is one thing that Councilmember Dumont had spoken to, that we hope to see those pieces performed very well. So the products that we do create for our tribal community are meeting the need in a safe manner. So our homeless initiative here, and I'll just go ahead and begin to read it from the top to the bottom. It states that whereas the Klamath and Modoc tribes and the Yehuskin Band of Snake Indians signed the Treaty of 1864 establishing the Klamath Reservation, and whereas the General Council of the Klamath membership is the governing body of the tribes by the authority of the Constitution of the Klamath tribes as approved by the General Council and most recently amended on September 26, 2013. And whereas the Klamath Indian Tribes Restoration Act of August 27, 1986 restored the federal government to government recognition to the sovereign government of the Klamath tribes. And whereas the Klamath tribes Tribal Council is the elected governmental body of the Klamath tribes and has been delegated the authority to direct the day-to-day business and government affairs of the Klamath tribes under the general guidance of the General Council. Whereas the Klamath Tribal Council, pursuant to the authority of the Constitution of the Klamath tribes, took an oath and have a responsibility to promote and protect the best interest and general welfare of members of the Klamath and Modoc and Yehuskin Band of Snake Indians. And whereas the Klamath Tribal Council recognizes the impacts of historical trauma in several social, health, and economic challenges, and their direct correlation to poverty, homelessness, family disruptions, and health disparities. And whereas the Klamath Tribal Council acknowledges that those who are impacted by homelessness are an ever-growing and diverse population representing a wide array of distinct cultural characteristics. In addition, they often experience a unique set of economic disadvantages, environmental risk factors, and societal stigmas. Whereas the Klamath Tribal Council acknowledges those who are impacted by homelessness deserve meaningful, consistent, short and long-term solutions founded in cultural values, are trauma-informed, unbiased, promote dignity, and ultimately create opportunities for self-sufficiency. And the Klamath Tribal Council acknowledges the significant amount of growth the Klamath tribes has achieved since restoration in 1986 and holds full faith in the professionalism and expertise of all tribal departments and their leadership. We desire to see leaders demonstrate creative, solution-focused approaches to further improve the social, physical, emotional, and spiritual health of our individuals and families. Whereas the Klamath Tribal Council, through formal development of the Klamath Tribes Homeless Initiative, expects to maximize resources, expand collaboration efforts, and increase professional development in order to fully respond to those who are impacted by homelessness. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Klamath Tribal Council hereby directs the establishment of the Klamath Tribes Homeless Initiative. Now, therefore, be it further resolved, the Klamath Tribal Council hereby directs the Klamath Tribes General Manager and Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services Health General Manager to develop and oversee a mission-driven team of interdepartmental leaders to assess, build capacity, plan, implement strategies, and evaluate collaborative services focused on fully supporting individuals and families from homelessness to self-sufficiency. And that is the homeless initiative resolution that's before you today. Again, this work is going to be years in the making. Continually looking at how do we best serve this population and provide the right amount of services that align with their needs. That's extremely important. So closing all of the gaps for this population as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I see, I saw secretaries just stepped away, but, there may be some edits that might be helpful that I think folks might want to bring forth, but the tribal council, I mean, we do have an oversight, but we're not really directing day-to-day affairs. We rely on our general managers to do that, and they report to the council. We provide guidance and oversight. So that was one of the things.
No, I was highlighting that because that's from the Constitution. And that's what the Constitution says, and that echoes the Constitution. So I was just highlighting that to point it out. I was being a
Yeah.
smart aleck. I won't say the other word. But the one thing that was mentioned, Willa asked, because the terminology I think that I've heard and that Willa brought up, that's who I heard it from first, but I've heard it since then, is houseless instead of homeless.
Yeah, the verdict is still out on what cities, counties, states in the country overall will phrase this. It's language that continually is ebbing and flowing all of the time. So when I did a search of other tribes who are doing similar projects such as this, it seemed to me that most of them were using the terminology of homelessness. At the federal level, there are agencies that are still using homelessness. So homeless, houseless, it's kind of tomato in some regards.
Except
So
for this is
it'd
our
be your
home.
decision on what you to go with.
Member Palace?
I think that it was just kind of like suggested, like for tribal people are never homeless because they belong to us. So I would prefer if we could find like a culturally appropriate word from our language to use.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you highlighted that, Secretary. There is a conflict between what our tribal council bylaws say and what it says in the or at least confusion about that. I was just kind of basically our operations. We try not to get into the day-to-day affairs of staff, but just provide general oversight. So, but I thought that's why you're highlighting that, Secretary, to draw attention to that. But now I know you confessed. I know why you did. Yes, Member Dumont.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say, how grateful I am and how much I admire you all for, taking on this work and the work that you do daily that is so emotionally draining. I'm glad there are people who could do it. I'm not sure that I ever could. It would just take too big a toll emotionally on me to deal with those kinds of things constantly in the way that you all do. So I wanted to acknowledge that. I also wanted to commit to, if you want me to, making a trip over to Medford to look at the things that you all looked at. I really want this problem to be solved. And, I care deeply about the people who are suffering, and like I know you do. Having said that, I'm going to be really cautious and careful and want to take this step by step. And so I'm looking at that last paragraph. Now the now therefore it be further resolved. And I think I'd like to see more there about this being in the planning stages, that you're developing plans, and that you'll bring it back to us to look at. I mean, if I could see how in a year this could be reread by folks who are not familiar with the context of our discussion, to mean, that implement strategies means you've gotten the go-ahead, to go and do what you think you need to do. That build capacity means you've gotten the go-ahead to start hiring people. And I'm not there yet. I really, like I said before, when we had our guest with us, I need to be walked through the process with some potential scenarios for different kinds of community members who would come to the door, right, with different sorts of problems. And I need to know how we're going to pay for those very capable people and who those capable people are. And so I hope I'm being clear. I need to go a little slower, and I need to, have my hand held on how this is going to work before I'm willing to just say, go do it. If that makes sense. So I'd like to see some edits in that last paragraph to reflect that.
Yeah, I was feeling that the language there was appropriate because there are a lot of processes already in place where leadership has to come before council for many things. So even to apply for grant funding, we have a process. If we're making any changes for new staff to come onto our team or building any new service element, those already come before the council. So all through this process, as we're assessing the need and bringing this project back to council to further create it, those would already be a given. That they're important steps in the process. So council would never be fully left out of any of those, whether it's a monthly report from an HGM that's just giving an update on where the team is in the process or when we're actually considering funding and building of a structure, those kinds of elements.
So, Secretary, then we'll go to Dr. Larrabee.
Yeah, I do. I agree with Clay's point, because I feel like in the past, there's been like particularly the 6,000 New Way purchase. We've purchased that, you know, for youth and family. What we hear within a month is medical and dental. You need to be purchasing equipment for your offices at 6,000 New Way, which, you know, wasn't in the initial plans. It may have been a future plan, but I think because of issues like that and maybe not always thinking all the way through different purchases, for instance, the RVs and how we're going to deal with things, I want to see plans. I want to see things spelled out where I'm comfortable that we're spending our treasure in the right place and it's going to be utilized efficiently and productively.
Doctor?
Thank you, Member Clay and Secretary, for your amazing comments. From that last paragraph, actually, we said to develop. We need to develop the processes first before we can actually implement them. And we need the authorization of this council to do that. And number two, we don't have the capacity in-house to do all in terms of development processes. So we need this authorization and approval of the resolution to be able to engage maybe Chad, for instance, supporting that process, to be able to develop a process that we can present to the council for council approval. Right now, we don't have all the nitty-gritties explained because we don't have the capacity yet. But when we have this resolution approved, then we can begin the process of development before we can implement the processes.
Sure. So
Can
I just wanted to, okay, just comment just briefly. So I think what we need is the right edits that would provide the authority and direction, but make sure that the tribal council is involved appropriately. So we want to empower staff to do what they're responsible for doing, but all the while realizing that you know, we need to be coordinating with the council along the way, and we don't want folks to spend a lot of unnecessary effort in something that wouldn't be supported for one reason or another. So I saw that too. There's a need to provide the appropriate edits to empower folks, support folks, but keep the council in the loop. And we're ultimately responsible to our members also, you know, so we're even reluctant sometimes at the council to say, hey, this is what our members want. So we do need to kind of edit that so it's appropriate and provides the appropriate direction, and we end up where we need to be. So I saw a couple hands. Yes, Dr. Adams.
Thank you. I have an echo in here. Just a second. I think that's better. I am the voice of leadership staff that's saying, this is a fantastic, incredible, amazing idea. We need to do this and we need to do it slowly. So I just want Member Dumont to know that he's not alone in his concerns. I, however, am confident that we can work them through. This is a multi-tiered, multi-layered phenomenon. It's bigger than a problem. It includes folks in the community who are severely and persistently mentally ill, SPMI. We're not doing a great job with them. We can get them housing first. We're going to be in a much better position to move people forward. Addiction, we can get people housing first. We can be more helpful. Now that we can be more helpful part, that's a YFGC part that I'm excited about. But it is a developmental process moving this forward. And the first step is just a resolution with whatever language makes sense for everybody. Recognize too that one of the reasons we are fond of the Rogue retreats is because their hearts are in the right place. There was a sense of calm in every one of those facilities, all three facilities. I'm glad you're going to go, and I really encourage any of you to go over for the tour. Yeah, it's just much more moving than what we can give to you in this presentation. So there are 3 different levels, and the needs of the clients in each of those levels is different. So we aren't trying to step in and, you know, create a tiny home community. We're saying we've got homeless people right now. We have people dying because they're on the street. I'm being dramatic because it's true.
It is true.
And if we can get some people off the street in the next couple of weeks at the very beginning of this, I'm all for it. And everybody and the planning team here will tell you I'm the one dragging my feet saying, hey, be careful about staff, be careful about staff. So your concerns are shared by everybody. I, however, happen to be the voice. So thank you.
Member Lang, did I see your hand go up?
Yeah, Chairman, you did. And I want to thank everyone that has presented because they've answered questions along the way. And somebody's echoing. Okay, so is that better? Okay,
Yes.
so a few of the things, it really sounds like, you know, we, parts of the group were able to go over, and I really want to apologize because I wanted to go, and I was in the meeting where everyone was planning on going, and it just didn't happen for me because I was in support from what I had seen in the presentation for the first meeting that we had for pallet homes. So I want to apologize that I wasn't able to go because it really sounds like you guys were able to see when you guys were over there what it looked like. And I think a lot of times we're not, tribal folks aren't, they actually have to see it. They can't just envision it all the time. And I think definition and defining a lot of the needs and the process and what is going to be laid out in the future. And as I'm reading some of the comments from our listeners, our members, is basically defining some of those things. And Willa had talked about it a little bit, and that's wanting to know if it's those that are on the streets or those without homes. So that's one of the things that really need to be defined, along with determining, you know, the tribes needs to define it. We have a little bit different needs a lot of times, and whether we want to say we're different or we're not different, we are, and we know that we are, and we've gone through stuff that a lot of other people have not, and that is the trauma that we're still going through. You know, from the first time that natives ran into somebody that wasn't native, and I don't want to use the term, but you know, it's just that's where the trauma started, and we're still living it today, and it's unfortunate, and we're living it. And before I forget, there's some folks on here that really want to thank Monica. Monica, your name was brought up, so I'm specifically gonna to use your name, and I know that there's others involved, but keep doing the good job. Keep, you know, working really hard for the people, for your people, our people. I know you're, you know, have people in other areas, but you sure work hard for the Klamath tribes, and that's really appreciated. And before I shut up, it hurts me, and it truly does. And I often stop and talk to some of the folks in Chiloquin that I know are homeless, and kind of ask them what they want, what they need. And usually I can't help them because what they're looking for is not what I can help them with. Food, I like to be able to give them food. They want money, and I ask them if they're hungry. And I think a lot of our members do that because I see a lot of our members helping them. And, you know, I said this here recently in a meeting with some of you guys is, you know, getting them a place every single night that they feel safe, that they feel warm, getting them a job is the first part of recovery from their addictions. And that's a lot of them. Almost everyone that I can think of right now that is out there has some form of addiction, whether it's alcohol or drugs or what have you. So I'm really excited. I'll be excited to see when we get to put our first person somewhere that's homeless, houseless, or otherwise that they feel like they have a place to go, and they actually start building some purpose in their life other than meeting with some of their friends that they hang out with to, you know, either have a drink or do drugs or get high or whatever that addiction is. And if we can give them a purpose, or we can help them gain that purpose in life, I really think that that's going to be the first start of their recovery. So thank everyone that is working on this. It's been a long time coming, and it's still got a long ways to go with some definitions and reassurance. And I was skeptical too, because of the 6,000 New Way property, and we need to rename that to something that's our own, as well as the RVs, the trailers that we purchased that really weren't utilized. And I think that some of us tribal members are very skeptical on some new things because of what has happened, and shame on me. But I'm behind this program. I just want you guys to know we just need a little bit more work on it. So thank you.
Member Palace?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I know we talked about this a little bit in the work session, but it wasn't something discussed before our tribal members. But we talked about, you know, the real need to break up the silos within the tribe with tribal administration and tribal health, and to partner with all the departments we have, like education, culture and heritage, social services, to make sure that, you know, this is a hand-in-hand approach, and we are really you know, working together to solve this problem. So it's not just one department doing all the work. So we just really need to have a way to address that, because it seems like, you know, we've had this discussion, I don't know how many times, and it hasn't really been an initiative, I guess, for us to work better together. So that's something that I would like to.
Thank you. Well, I want to kind of bring this to a point of resolution. I think I'm hearing that there's support for a resolution, you know, to move this forward, you know, basically to make this a priority, and kind of making sure that everybody that we need to, that within our entities are working together to help us solve this problem. Not sure the specifics, we don't have to get to the specifics of who the team is and all that now, but this is an initiative that focuses on this. There were some recommended edits, and I'm thinking the best use of our time today is maybe figure out how to work through those edits and get those back for maybe passing, unless folks feel pretty comfortable with just a few minor edits that may work. But I'm thinking it might be, you know, given the time, and so we can spend a little bit more time looking at this. So we take a look at the resolution and propose some edits, and then bring it back for the council to look at for approval down the road. That's my initial thought. Others feel differently or the same? Yes, Member Dumas?
Yeah, Chairman, I would commit to working, I guess, I'm not sure if Monica was the lead author on this, but I would commit to working with her to make some minor revisions to that last paragraph. I don't think it would take a lot of work, assuming that we agreed to the intent of the paragraph.
That I think we'll support you in that, Clay. Anybody adverse to that? And I think, Monica, you were the one that helped pull this together, I'm sure, right? Yeah. So if you could work together, and when you get something out, you know, forward it to everybody to look at and say, what do you think about this? And we might add some additional edits or something, but
Chairman, maybe depending on how quickly we get through this afternoon, I could take a few minutes and make a couple of suggested changes and shoot them to Monica and get her thoughts. And once her and I are on the same page, we can send it out to everybody.
Okay.
That works.
Yeah, and are you thinking that we might even be able to revisit it and take it on and pass it later today even?
Depending on how quickly we get done. I don't know. I was thinking if we need to, we could do a poll vote, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, that's another way to do it.
Yeah, I was going to ask how long this was going to take. Probably another month, 2, 3, 4, maybe another year.
Done. Things never take me that long.
I think we can get it done pretty quickly. Hopefully by the end of the day, if not by the end of the day, poll out. So.
With that being said, Chairman, what is the expected time frame to see boots on the ground helping our people?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, what is the time frame to see boots on the ground and have something that's helping our people.
This is Monica. Can I speak to that a little bit? That was going to be the third part of our presentation today. It does say PSC, but it's really not a personal service contract. It was asking permission for a green light to move forward immediately for an immediate short-term solution for our homeless population. So if you remember, in the last quarter of 2020, we did go into personal service contracts with Stronghold and RRW to serve the homeless population. And within 45 days, they were had expended all their funding because of the large amount of people that they were serving who were identifying as homeless through the HUD definition. They did impeccable work, served hundreds of individuals, unique individuals, and really did outstanding. And so in my recent conversations with Stronghold, in their capacity, there is a possibility that we could enter back into or reopen up that personal service contract or one similar to it to provide very immediate short-term solutions for our homeless population. So expanding number of beds, a more robust food system, items like that, which are things we could accomplish immediately in the short term while we put together, while the resolution is cemented in concrete, and we can move forward in developing the planning team and really get started on assessing the needs. Somebody had mentioned that, like, what is our own tribal definition of homelessness, and what are the actual numbers, and what is the need? And that's really where we need to start, is full assessment of the scale. But we do know right now we have people on the streets who could use a warm bed, who need a safe place to sleep. They need access to consistent food and warm clothing. And so just in my recent conversations, we do have a program that we've been very proud of the work they're doing. I would consider them the subject matter experts on tribal homeless response, because they are doing it right now. And they've been doing it, and they're doing a very good job at it. And so looking to them also because they have been the response out here, really. And he mentioned it, Chad mentioned it, that you need the right people reaching out to this population. And I think they proved time and time again that they're able to meet the mission there. So that was our third ask today, not necessarily that we're providing any kind of formal personal service contract to consider, but really just a green light to go into a very immediate short-term solution while we get this planning up and off the ground. Because Jeannie's right, these processes could take 3 months, 6 months, a year. It could be a year from now before we see a pallet shelter hit Klamath County, or that we have a tiny home village up and running. And so, we do have lengthy deadlines on our end that sometimes are the barrier. So we do have people that have a need right now, and we cannot forget them. We have to have a solution for them in the immediate.
Secretary?
So Monica, you mentioned that they provide beds. How many beds do they have available?
Yeah, so currently they have a transitional home. I was hoping Sarah would have been invited onto the call. I wanted her to be able to speak for her own organization, but if she's not, I do, she did give me her blessing that I could speak on behalf of this. They have renovated the Red House into a women's transitional space, which has 6 beds for women. One of those beds is taken currently, but so there's 5 beds there. In the Baptist church, they're able to use the top floor for housing men. And so they do have what's called I think they're called, no, I'm thinking Instapot, shift pods. Shift pods, which are these really amazing tent structures that have kind of this thermal layer. So even if there's not heat in the building, they're able to stay warm inside of their shift pod. There are 3 of those in there now. They could easily fit 3 to 4 more inside of that. So it increases the bed space for men from 3 to 7. They did renovate the kitchen. They built in showers, and they also have a laundry facility on site. So just between the 2, they have the capacity, they would have the increased capacity just in the physical housing units for 11 people total. We are going to leave here and go over to the Stronghold and look at their site and meet with Sarah just to have some more discussion, no formal decision making, anything, to see what the potential would be to put some of these pallet shelters on their property. because they are sustainable, and they do shield people from the elements. And could she potentially use her kitchen processes, showering process, and things to support folks staying in those as well as a very immediate solution?
How many of the men's beds are they utilizing now?
I don't think I specifically asked her that question. I want to say she said three of them.
So they're
are in use right now. Yeah, but it's always ebbing and flowing, the numbers of people that are engaged and needing that bed space. So it is a small number. It would increase the need, and we could start putting people into those beds. But also the pallet shelters on her site would be an awesome addition, where you could serve anywhere from 1 to 4 individuals in those shelters. So we just wanted to go over there and take a look and ask some more questions regarding it, because it would be an immediate solution, and we've been really proud of the work they've done so far. So that's kind of where we sit with the immediate solution that could be potentially worked out in a couple of weeks if we were all in agreement. That Tribal Health could get a green light from council on moving forward for a short-term immediate solution while we get the resolution up and off the ground and start really assessing the true need, looking for more consultation from Rogue Retreat or any other identified agencies who are doing this, looking into other tribes that are, it's almost every day now that I see on social media that another tribe is uprooting a tiny home village. They're just springing up everywhere in Indian country. So, it'd be interesting to see how they're doing it and what their planning processes were and things like that. So again, a lot of work to be done, a lot of planning, a lot of consultation with council, and but again, we have immediate need.
Monica, this is Brandy. So you're seeing immediate need. Could you kind of give us, I guess, either a ballpark figure or specify more what is the immediate need that you're trying to meet?
Yeah. Single adults seem to be the population that need the most immediate need, and not everybody that is considered homeless has substance abuse or mental health issues. Even recently, Tribal Health has worked on a few, been actively seeking resources and solutions for families that just don't have income, and they can't make rent, and they don't have anywhere to go. So they're either living in their cars, or they're just, scrounging up enough money every day to pay for a motel room. So we have, folks in that situation as well. I know through the personal service contracts that we had in the last quarter of 2020, I believe between RR&W and Stronghold, they served approximately 300 unique individual tribal members through their response. So that was either street outreach, it was providing a meal, some kind of wellbriety, and maybe potentially 30% of those individuals needed some kind of residence, anywhere from 1 to 30 days or more. So there was some variance in there about, about that solution. So, that's really kind of the only data that we have, is what we gathered just through that small project. I don't know if housing has any other data on what the population looks like or how we're defining it. We're defining it by the HUD definition, and that's what I asked for under the personal service contract for those agencies to define them by that criteria.
Yes, Secretary, then Clay.
I was going to say Clay could go
Okay.
first.
Well, I was just going to ask, I seem to recall that we supported RR&W and Stronghold with CARES Act dollars previously. And if that's the case, I guess I'd want to see a number or hear a number. And I'd also, I want to help right away, but I don't want to just say it's open-ended. I want to hear what you need exactly so that we can vote on something exact. And I would love to see what they're doing over there. I don't, want to go in and invade anybody's space, but I'd like also to be able to see what's going on. and be supportive of.
Yeah, we know just from our personal service contracts and the response that $50,000 lasted about 45 days to do that intensive response. But they were doing, really robust peer support. They were doing street outreach. They were running kind of a soup kitchen. They were paying for motel rooms, which was, like Chad said, extremely expensive and the route you do not want to go. But that was kind of all they had to go with at the time. So that's kind of the only ballpark I have to run off. And I know Lana's here today to speak about the financial aspect of it, and Dr. Olerbe as well, determine maybe a limit for us to use just for the immediate need. It would also hold us accountable to a robust timeline to get the planning up and running too.
Secretary?
That's what I was gonna speak about, was the contract, because there was another contract issued that was not signed yet. But looking at it here, because I have it before me, it looks like it was for $50,000, but then it says maximum is $100,000. So I was a little confused on why that difference was, and whether that's what we're talking about today, was approving this contract. And if we are, is it CARES Act funding that would come out of?
The contract you might be looking at is the one that we drafted with Stronghold in the for the last quarter of 2020. When they begin to run out of funding, we brought back not a resolution, but a modification, and it wasn't approved. So that contract actually formally ended on December 31st. So we would either have to draft a whole new I think we'd have to draft a whole new contract with a whole new dollar amount. Yeah. Lana, do you want to? I'll let Lana go ahead from here for the financial piece of it from Tribal Health. And
Sure. I did want to ask a question though. It sounds like you're going to visit today. And, that would probably, from the visit today, you could probably identify some of the basic needs that are there. Because the last I heard when I talked to Sarah, there was some need for bathroom facilities for the males and some other things that, maybe it would be helpful to specify and kind of figure out what that is, and that for consideration to the council for approval. And so that I'm hoping that that's something that maybe could come fairly quickly to us, at least by the next tribal council meeting 2 weeks from now. But is that what you're thinking, going over there, assessing the need, talking to them, and then coming back with a specific proposal or options for the tribal council to consider?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Monica is correct. This is Lana. That contract I think you're referring to, Roberta, would have been an extension of that contract for the very end of the year. So that contract is over. I think that's why it said 50,000, and with the addition of a second 50,000 would have been max of 100,000. Today, Monica's correct. Today we're going over there to tour. They were able to do quite a bit in that last quarter, just from when we met with them. I think Monica and I met with them in September, and they've done a ton in the fourth quarter just to renovate their own property. So through OHA and other funding sources. So we're going there today to see their progress, to kind of assess what can be done there immediately, like for the short-term solution, while we work out these other long-term plans. Then we would come back with the actual funding source for you guys, actually how long a time frame that would be, and what that would encompass for the homeless population for right now. And that would all go through the formal budget process, approval process, and you guys would all be able to vote on with your support on that.
So Lana, from that, are you saying that it's tribal health dollars or CARES dollars?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we can, I think with Monica, there will be some contract work, right, Monica? With the impacts grant, but also from the CARES Act is where we're thinking to do this immediate, like help them further along with an immediate response for possibly pallet homes. And I think Dr. O has a comment as well, because he has some other community partners that want to do some work with us. So it would be a combination of both, Roberta. We have some already in the budgets process as far as our impacts work. And then we would continue with some CARES Act funding.
Okay, thank you.
So I was curious too, because I know we provided, it sounded like from the last report, we talked specifically about the Stronghold, and it sounded like they performed very well and met their obligations and provided the documentation. What's the status of RRW? I do know a family member that was set up to receive services, and they had a few rooms downstairs in their facility on East Main Street. I don't know if they did as well, or if there was problems with that entity, or if there's another the community resource that could be looked at, for support for folks in the Klamath Falls area. So I didn't know that. Maybe that was some of the other ones you were going to talk about, Doctor. But I was just wondering what that.
Yeah, that's a good question, Don. Why RRW transitioned into their new building off of East Main Street. They were having a lot of change and growth during the month of December. They're fully operational over there on East Main Street. I believe they are going into some transitional housing work with some other agencies in the county. We did put out an RFP for the impacts grant work, which is specifically focused on the jail diversion population and the need for housing for them and peer support wraparound type service. So I did give them the RFP to consider for applying, or submitting a proposal for that. So I believe that closes next Wednesday. We may or may not hear from them depending on their ability to perform what's asked under that grant.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Ellsworth?
Yeah, Chairman, there's a question from one of our listeners, and it says, didn't we just buy a house to be able to help with this?
Yeah, we've purchased different houses through the housing department to provide some assistance for members' rentals, but are specific for to address the homeless. I'm not sure exactly. I don't recall that specifically for that. For use for quarantine and those kind of things. So could somebody respond to that if they remember? Maybe we don't have anybody from housing on. I don't see Kathy on. Jared would be familiar too. Yes, Doctor.
Chairman, sir, we got involved with this process because over the last several months, housing has not been able to support us in quarantine, in isolation, or in homelessness support. And actually, because of the health dimension of people who are homeless, most individuals who are homeless are sent to us in health to support them in one way or the other. And we have had a number of times where we had to put people in hotels or refer them to RRW or strongholds. So although that's why the resolution has tribal health admin manager and health and tribal admin manager working together to make it happen. So we are looking forward to using this homeless response as a platform to unify all that we do, like Member Willis mentioned earlier on. So when we have that resolution approved, it will give us a chance to work together as one united organization to provide the support and the service that the tribe needs excellently currently. Also, as Lana said, we're going to have a meeting next week with CLASS, which is a local organization that has a little fund for homeless activities. And I have been talking with them for the past several weeks. And we are hoping that we'll be able to sign an agreement with them to use their resources to support what we are doing right now. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to use CARES funds already, the fund that we have in health, not the ones in admin right now for this process. Also use their resources from that local partner, and also use part of the money that Monica has on impact to make this happen. So we are looking forward to rewriting the contract with Stronghold, and if RRW is available, also work with them in this process and be able to empower them to do a lot for us in the next 3 months or thereabouts while we get up and going with the new ideas that we're having right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to say that in the immediate solution, we still have a gap, and that is a gap for families with multiple children. in their care, we would still have to come up with a solution and a response for that population.
Yeah. Dr. Adams, I see your hand go up. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Am I?
doctor. Go ahead. We can hear you.
My tech skills are being challenged here. My experience in the last couple of months with this issue has been, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about how the tribes programs work and are developed and created and supported and evaluated, and also a lot about the homelessness issue. It is not an area of expertise for me. What I've also experienced is, and I've thought of this over the last week, is that, you know, the story of we're all in a dark room and we're feeling different parts of the elephant. And this is a huge elephant. And I think what we're proposing right now is that for the first time, we've got a lot of the right people in the room feeling the elephant. We want to turn the light on. That's what the proposal to the council is. You know, not how do we deal with shoe size or how many peanuts does the elephant get fed. At this point, we're saying, hey, we want to turn the light on. Do we have support to do that? And there are, yeah, we do have some peanuts. We do have some shoes. We're not going to jump right into all of that. We just want to turn the light on. So we're all looking at the same elephant and can make sure that we have the best fed elephants in the country. Thank you.
Thanks, doctor. Okay, well, I think we're going to probably move on from here. I really, unless there are any other questions or comments, I'd like to move us down through the agenda. And I thank you for the excellent discussion and excellent work, staff. Monica, for the resolution. Look forward to getting back an edited version. And, you know, I just see that there's unity around trying to tackle this problem. And I think the resolution, the initiative is going to be a good start, as shining the light on this problem and getting everybody that can and is responsible for coordinating the help to our members is together doing it. So I appreciate it.
I do have a question.
Yes, Jean.
When is Monica and Clay gonna get together?
This afternoon, if we get done soon enough.
So Chairman?
Okay, let's go.
Chairman?
Yes.
So I don't know if folks feel like they can do this quickly, but I did a little bit of scratching and scribbling here, and it would simplify that last paragraph a little bit. Maybe if you want to take the time, Secretary could put it up there and I could make a suggestion.
That would be great. If we could get through this and pass it today, that'd be wonderful and address folks' concerns. Then the other, I think the other, you know, agreement is, do we want to come around homeless or a different name for the initiative? But yeah, Clay, if you'd like to walk us through, that would be great.
So it's on the next page, Secretary. So in the third line after general manager, it would read, to oversee a mission-driven team of interdepartmental leaders to both assess need and plan for capacity building with the goal of fully supporting individuals. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were going to try to write it all down. I was just going to read it first.
Okay, okay.
So I'll go back and do it one more time.
Okay.
So after general manager, to oversee a mission-driven team of interdepartmental leaders to both assess need and plan for capacity building with the goal of fully supporting individuals and families from homelessness to self-sufficiency. And I know that leaves out some of the peanuts that we were talking about a moment ago. But I'm wondering if you think that is too broad, Monica and colleagues, or if that's enough to get us started.
So after capacity building.
With the goal of, and then it just goes down to fully supporting. Where is that? Be down, yes. So everything before fully supporting would come out. I don't know, is there enough there for you all? Do we, or,
Well, I think the only other thing is, I mean, is there a way to wrap in reporting or coordination or approval by the tribal council or something like that that would kind of, you know, I mean, because we do want to empower them to do exactly what you said here, but just wrapping that other element in there, if there's a way to make a minor tweak
okay,
to address that. That's the only thing that we talked about that is, I don't see addressed in that change.
Plan, we could set a date and say plans will be presented to tribal council incrementally. I don't know how, I think
Okay.
that's up to the team, how they would want to.
How about plans that will be presented to the tribal council for consideration and approval
Okay,
with no deadline?
How about something like quarterly updates on the progress of the measurable goals being met? That would make more sense. That way that it continues, you know, with the incoming and outgoing councils. It would be nice to still have this being reported out. That way our people and the current council can see what's happening.
I like that, but I'm wondering about how Dr. O and Monica and others from health feel about these changes.
Can all be backed out of.
This is Monica. I'm fine with the changes and I support it. I just, you know, Will Hess and I, we work on the youth initiative off of the youth initiative resolution. And I think, you know, there's been a couple times when we went back and read the fine print. But we've just appreciated that there is that initiative in concrete that holds us accountable for results. And that's what I'm looking forward to. So I support the language as it sits, and I will further look forward to being accountable to results.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Tribal Council. We agree with the changes, and we look forward to working with you to make it happen. Thank you.
Willa, do you?
And thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Secretary.
Do you want to do the word change, or is that something that you would want?
From homeless to houseless?
I just thought something more friendlier, you know, because this is, you know, this isn't, we're not a, you know, urban organization or a city or a state. We're a tribe, and these are our relatives. And I just think, you know, I think it's a good move what we're doing, and we're giving, you know, when people are in this situation, they're kind of invisible, and we're taking away that invisibility, you know, so I think that's important to recognize because it's, you know, something we've had a problem with for a long time, but to recognize it and that we are taking steps to address it is important. But it just seems kind of undignified being called homeless because of the stigmatization that comes along with it.
Yeah, I thought if we use like housing initiative, we already have housing programs that's maybe a part of this, but I thought housing initiative or something that's, you know.
Rehoming? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I tried to look in our dictionary too, and I don't, you know, I'm sorry, I'm not a language expert. Maybe Mr. Dumont can help us with that, but I was looking for something like, you know, home or house or something like that, that we could name it in our language, and I haven't been able to find it yet. But I just started looking like 5 minutes ago.
Well, Luscious
I
is
think
house.
this is Monica. I think that one thing we're all recognizing here is none of us at the table here are experts on how do we solve this. And I think we're always going to be trying to educate ourselves and move forward. So if we just put it as what it is now and maybe later modified it when we have more knowledge around the issue and what is appropriate language to use, and we bring in the cultural element to this work, which is going to be critically important, we could change it at a later date.
Yeah, that's right. So if we pass this
Dr. Larrabee?
resolution as is, when we develop a program, we can attach the appropriate name and, you know. Okay.
Yes.
Dr. O'Larry had his hand up.
Yes, doctor.
To come with that, house. We're looking at supporting them to have their identity back. We're looking at supporting them to become community members want more. So if we're just us alone, that limits our spectrum of activities. But if we, like Monica said, we approve this today, as we begin to move forward in this process, we can change the terminologies and make it more acceptable and more culturally adaptable. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I missed quite a bit of what you said, but I think we got the gist of it. Yeah. Okay, with those changes, because I know even on the bottom, we know we're going to be approving the proposals and funding authorizations. You know, we don't necessarily need to have that. So with quarterly updates, and then even as updates and proposals come forward, we're going to be reviewing and approving those. So I guess with that, that should work. I do see there's a little bit of extra space for folks that might be OCDC between efficiency and quarterly. I don't know why I notice goofy things like that. But are folks comfortable with the changes? And if so, I'd entertain a motion to approve the resolution. It would be 003. Okay.
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Member McNair. A second. Okay. Second by Member Lang. Okay. Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Lost my paper. I have to find it. Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Randy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
I vote yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
I vote E. Have I missed any council members that are on?
I don't think so.
Let's see, 7.
Okay, so the count is 701 with your abstention, Chairman.
Great. So motion carries. Thanks everybody for the great work and the commitment to this. I know we're just beginning, so I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone for-
Monica.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. This is just an extremely wise move. I think a good area to move in that we're incorporating everybody on all levels. Just to be extra clear, that Tribal Health does have the green light to be creative with the funding we already have identified. So our impacts grant funding, the class funding that they want to work with the tribes for a homeless response, and then some CARES funding that Tribal Health has. We have the green light to pull from those funding sources to come up with a short-term immediate plan.
So there's already CARES funding. Is that the state funding?
Yeah, I think it's the state provided funding for CARES, right?
They fund with us currently.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Impact. Monica, could you repeat those? I got the impacts grant and the CARES funding. What was the third
CARES
one?
funding, and then the class, which is KLCAS,
The
homeless
Channel
funding.
Community. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you. Good job,
thank you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
Okay.
Thank you
bet.
very much.
All right. So I see Brad still on with us. Thanks for joining, Brad. Next matter is the annual call for water enforcement. We have our water rights specialist, Brad Parrish, on with us.
I don't know what I pushed on there.
He's also provided, the document that we initiated. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but Brad, we'll turn it over to you, and appreciate you joining.
You sign off.
Okay, thank you. Was you trying to call it the Lechka Initiative?
Not Lechka, Leches. Letches.
Oh, I thought you said Lutch. I thought, well, a small house.
Well, Letcha just means, Lutchka means little house.
Yeah, well,
I guess that would work for tiny home, huh?
yeah. Uh, we have the, I guess what I'm requesting is a signature from the chairman and approval from you guys to go ahead and forward this document on. I know Jay had provided some minor edits that we could include that I don't think are, yeah, they're not on this document. It was like 4 words, so it should be currently in your guys' email. It's nothing big or no huge changes. I guess with the current state of the hydrologic conditions, there will be likely a call for enforcement and regulation needed beginning March 1st if everything doesn't change. So it's, I guess, better to be prepared and get this done and get it in. I think we have a week wait from when I turned it in for concurrence from the BIA, and then I'll forward this document on to the water master on the 1st. So I guess if there's any questions or changes or additions,
So
it's
here's
pretty
the one that
straightforward.
Jay sent. Is that correct, Brad?
Yeah, just you have to turn on change your view, go up to view or review.
Yeah,
up here.
review and track changes.
And then, yeah, turn on your track changes and you could just accept them. Go to simple markup and show all markup. Oh yeah, I guess you could maybe try that. Yep, Jay Weiner, that'll work.
So that shows all his recommended edits. Okay. So they're more, not necessarily a substantive edit, just to clarify.
No.
Okay. And just for our members listening in, I know a lot of our folks know that because of our standing with our water rights, it's the whole regulatory process for the state to regulate, to satisfy our in-stream water claims at this point. We have to make what's called a call, and there's a process to do this. And we do this every year prior to the irrigation season. So this is a process to protect, to bring forth enforcement of our claims by the state of Oregon. So we send this letter out, and there's a process with the BIA, involved. And they've always supported this in our claims, but we could actually, even if they opposed it, we could still move forward and call for regulation. But there's a process, and that's what this letter is initiating, that process to make a call to keep the water in stream to satisfy our the habitat needs and water needs for our treaty species and plants. So we've been doing this every year, to bring about the regulation. If we didn't, the state of Oregon wouldn't automatically regulate. So this is just a process. So I think we've got the document with the changes. I'd entertain a motion for me to approve signing this document, moving it through the process.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, motion by Brandy, second by member Lang. Any further discussion? If not, Secretary, if you could conduct the vote.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Rose Treetop.
Yes.
I vote E. Chairman, with your abstention, the count is 701.
Okay, motion carries.
Sorry about the printer.
Oh, no worries. And Brad, thank you so much for pulling this together. And as soon as I get the document before me, I'll sign it and we'll get it moving forward. Jennifer's on, will help facilitate that. So, gee.
Okay, just send it back to me and then I'll forward it on. But thank you guys for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. Okay, there's probably a million things we could talk about, but under our the chairman's report, but you know, there's nothing real specific. I've been keeping everybody in the loop on the matters that I'm following through on. So I don't really have anything specific that I want to take the time to report on today. Secretary, we've got a number of minutes that I think we need to look through and poll vote to ratify. So let's move on down to that.
Sorry, I'm trying to get through all my screens.
Oh, no worries.
Okay, we have the minutes from 1/4/2021.
Okay.
This was a special tribal council meeting.
Which date, Roberta? I'm sorry.
1/4, January 4th, 2021.
Okay.
Looks like I spelled significant. Well, it's giving me a blue line under it. I don't know. But I don't know what it's there for.
Yeah, it doesn't show up on mine, but
Secretary, high risk, I think is a hyphen.
Is that page 1, Ellsworth?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. Under one, last sentence. It starts out high risk.
Okay.
And then I think regarding is supposed to, before vaccine is supposed to be regarding the vaccine, I think. I'm just assuming.
yeah, that works.
Okay.
If there's no changes, I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
All right. Motion by Member Lang to approve the minutes for January 4th, I think we're looking at, as revised or amended. Is there a second?
I'll
Okay.
second.
Okay. Okay, we'll let you do that, Willa. Second by Member Palace. Any further discussion? If not, Secretary, please conduct a vote.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
and I abstained. Chairman, with your abstention, the vote is 602.
Okay. Motion carries. And so next up is January 13th. Is that correct? Yeah. Well, we had a heck of a lot of meetings in January. Of course, we've been having a lot of meetings pretty much every month since COVID hit.
Secretary, under number 1, in the 4th line on the right-hand side, I'd put a hyphen between in and office.
Got it.
Yeah, Berta, on the 9th down, starts with direction on the reported ongoing. I think ongoing is one word.
Got it. Becca, what are you doing?
He's just curious.
So because we took the tour, I guess it doesn't affect the tour, but we know now that that's not going to be done in April. The fitness center's not going to be done until the end of May is what.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. But it's impressive.
Yeah, it is. Beautiful.
On that last, the Deer Tribal Leader letters, because those are particular letters, are those in quotations or? Because I think, I don't know that it matters.
I think if, since it's for an audience of our own people, they're going to have, there's a pretty good chance they know what those are.
Okay.
Would it be better to say emergency leave policy? This issue was raised originally or something instead of brought this up?
Yeah, you know, if we were going to have a grammatical thing, we don't always put the subjects in our sentences here, but I never say anything because I just assume if people know what it means, then we're okay.
Yeah, that's usually the way I feel too. So it's kind of splitting hairs. But I didn't want to had you take out the space in the last resolution.
Well, you're the chairman. We want you to think you're important. So just keep.
We'll let you take out the spaces, but nothing else. Okay, so I changed it to this issue was raised originally. Is that okay?
Yeah, that works. Great. Thanks. I'll try not to waste our time from here on out.
I'm just kidding you.
Yeah, I do appreciate the grace you do give me because I know I'm far from perfect.
None of us are perfect, although sometimes I like to think I am. So. Looking at this, I want to thank you, Clay, for sharing that Barkley Springs information.
Oh.
And I did put it on Council Drive for anybody that can't dig it out of their emails. It's just pretty, very interesting.
Yeah, I learned a lot. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm. But I was going to ask you how to pronounce the actual name.
I don't know. I can't even remember what it was. I remember it started with a D.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes I pronounce things and Buzz Kirk looks at me that cross-eyed.
Not sure how far everyone's down. 5, the second line down. I think that affected is the other affected.
Okay.
Unless Clay can,
You know what? Affected and effected, there's not really, generally speaking, affects cause effects, but there are exceptions to both of those.
And I
So
know,
I-
yeah,
isn't affected normally the past tense?
The party affected by that action is right. Well,
You know what? We better move on.
yeah.
We'll be on this.
So you put that on a public drive you're just talking about, Clay?
I put it on Council Drive.
Oh, Council Drive. No wonder I couldn't find it.
And I don't know whether it's historical documents.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think we should put it on the public drive. I think council drive is public as we want to go.
Yeah, it says historical documents.
Which isn't to say our members shouldn't be able to see it. I just,
Yeah, it's just that if you put it on the public, it's not only members that have access to it.
Jesus, was a long meeting.
Yeah.
Pretty good job though, Berta. We're on 10 pages and I don't see any misspellings, just a couple small grammatical stuff.
That would be surprising.
You do a good job. I couldn't do this for sure. Imagine it takes a pretty big chunk of time, huh?
Yeah, some of them are a lot of review of the tapes because sometimes I write stuff and it's like, I don't even know what I meant. So. So I appreciate the YouTube channel, even though I hate looking at us.
get sick of us and then you have to look at us all over again.
Yep.
I really don't know too many people like looking at themselves on video. I guess real beautiful people do. I don't know.
How far are we all down?
I'm good. I went.
I'll make a motion to approve the, geez, which ones are we on? Are we on 13? Is that what we're on?
January 13th.
January 13, with revisions.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All right, Secretary.
Ellsworth Lane,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
Rose Treetop, ew, she's gone, isn't she? I didn't see when she dropped off. Did anybody else?
I didn't. No.
I didn't notice. I'm sorry.
I don't see anybody trying to get back in, so I'll mark her out at 3:18.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5,
And yeah, I abstain. So Chairman, with your abstention, it would be 502.
Okay, motion carries then. So that takes us to the 22nd.
Roberta, does it matter that the minutes that we're reviewing don't match the dates on the agenda?
I was gonna mention that.
Oh,
For the last one.
I probably, who knows what I did.
Doesn't matter. I don't know. I didn't know if they were.
It may, yeah,
Okay.
because we didn't catch it prior to that. So if there's one on there, we may want to table that one. And I haven't looked.
I think they're all different.
Those are the ones from last meeting.
Oh my goodness, then.
So yeah, you just
What do you
need
think,
to change.
Chairman?
Yeah.
Chairman, you have to rule on matters of,
Yeah, well, let's just make the corrections to the agenda as required,
okay,
consistent with what we actually did or at the meeting.
so I'll put that at the beginning of this portion that approved amending agenda was correct. Okay.
So it's probably like watching paint dry for our members watching us.
You say that every time, Chairman. Quit telling them we're paint drying.
I guess I have said that more than once, huh?
Okay. Sorry, no wonder everybody was confused. Now, welcome to my world.
On page 2.
Are we on January 22nd?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
After the first box. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, after the first box, motion by Ellsworth Lang.
No
Yeah.
cost hyphen.
No cost. You probably should have a hyphen in there.
That's funny.
Is that where you're going, Ellsworth?
That's what I said. No cost hyphen.
Is face mask one word or is it still 2 words?
After this, it'll probably end up being one.
It'll be the word of the year.
Yeah.
Below the second box, it says will postpone the decision, or it should say decision. Wait a minute, hold on.
We'll postpone the decision on court project until Wednesday.
Or the,
We'll
I know what it means. I mean, the
on
bad
the
thing is we
court
know what you
project.
mean. The bad thing is we know what you mean. Well, somebody else.
You guys have read my minutes for too long. Tribal, should I put tribal council? And then we never made that decision either. It's not my fault.
It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
Weren't they supposed to get back to us? Is that where they hadn't gone through the REW to make sure that the Treasury guidelines were followed? Is that what this was about?
It was for that, yeah, the rehab of the property. I don't know that they had their like engineering stuff or any of the planning done.
Yeah, they just asked us for $750,000 to renovate it
Uh-huh.
without any explanation.
Which I know it needs, but I think, it'll need some renovation, I would assume.
Well, I'm concerned that it has enough documentation to not be an audit finding.
Yeah.
So what do we need to follow through on that? I know since it's come up.
As far as the sentence, I put the tribal council will postpone the decision on the court project until Wednesday. And then I can follow up and see if we've received anything from the judge.
Okay.
And if not, then we can get it back on the agenda. So Jennifer, are you still on? Will you make a note to, for me to do that? So I don't drop the ball again.
Great, thanks.
So I'll make a motion to approve the January 22nd meeting minutes as amended.
Okay. Motion by member Dumont, second, member Lang, okay. Secretary?
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher,
I will abstain. I was out that day.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
and I abstain. Chairman, with your abstention, it'll be 403.
Okay. So motion carries. One more step to go, I think.
January 27th.
Yes.
Okay, up in item 1. 1, 2, 3, 4 down, motion by Willa Palace should be capital W.
Oh, I see.
I should wait for secretary to get the page open. Sorry, I apologize.
So we're on page on 1.
Page 1, yeah. Just below, so item 1 below the roll call.
Oh, okay.
Agenda motion by Willa Palace.
I was looking down in the body of it. Okay. Shoot, I don't know what I did.
In number 3 on Homoski, in line 1, 2, 3, 4, Dr. Hill reviewed, you don't need to capitalize reviewed.
Oh, I see.
Are you sure it was important? After, right below that, I'm going to put after staff, I'm going to put to convene.
Okay.
And is staff on both tribal health staff and court staff, is that small letter or big letter?
I would have it be small letters.
Okay. And then down below Cascade Health Alliance, the appointment is small. An appointment.
I'm still not seeing where you're at.
I'm on 3A.
Yeah, I think it is small.
Yeah, that'd be small.
Let me see if I can find it. So you guys can see what I'm looking at, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, that one's questionable because what we're talking about is the appointment. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought up capitalization.
So don't matter to me either way.
I think because that is what you're talking about is the appointment and it's a proper noun, right? Community advisory, is that their proper noun or, I mean, that's not a generic term, is it?
No.
So it's a proper noun. So yeah, I would just leave it capitalized.
Okay. Should I put, since I use this CHA right here, should I put it in parentheses behind this one?
I'm not on where you are. Okay, where are you at now?
Are you looking at my page? Am I
Yes.
sharing okay, so right here, I use CHA.
Okay.
So should I put that in parentheses up here so they know I'm?
So yeah, yes, I would. Yep. I always hated coming to general council and not knowing what all the abbreviations were.
Yeah. I hate overseeing a general council meeting and not knowing what all the abbreviations are.
All right, now I closed up my own.
Dang it.
How far are you down, Berta?
I'm just kind of scrolling. How far are you?
I'm on page 4.
Okay.
Number 9, 1, 2, 3, 4 down. Starts out with that. Go over to will employ a full-time and just put a hyphen in there. And one time.
Okay. Got it.
And I'm sure you spelt Tanea's name right? It just doesn't look right for some reason.
T-A-H-N-A-Y-A.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was wild. It took me forever. I'm pretty sure I spelled it right. Who knows?
If it said bean, would that be bad?
Yeah, yeah. Then I know who we're talking about.
So on that same 10, 1, 2, 3, 4 down, walk through is a hyphen as well.
I have a great granddaughter, Kaya, and I still can't spell her name right.
Mm-hmm.
So don't ask me.
Mm-hmm.
If face masks become one word, will you're muted become one word?
No, Chairman, you're muted. Will become.
Yeah, Chairman, you're muted, all one word.
Why is this doing this? I think. No. Now I really messed it up.
So Chairman, I make a motion to approve the 127 minutes with the revisions.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay, Member Lang. Secretary?
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher,
Abstain.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
and I abstain. Chairman, with your abstention, it'd be 403.
Okay. Motion carries. Looks like we have one poll vote to ratify then.
Yeah, let me get this saved. Okay, we have a poll vote that was tabulated on February 3rd. This was to approve the revision that was sent back to Rye Development as a counteroffer. The count was 6 for, 0 opposed, 4 abstaining. 2 of those were non-responses.
Okay. Okay, I'd entertain a motion to approve this poll vote.
Chairman, I'll make that motion.
Okay. Let me get the video back up here. Second,
I'll make that second.
motion and second, secretary.
Ellsworth Lang,
I'll abstain.
Brandy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Abstain.
and I abstain. Chairman, with your abstention, the count is 304.
Okay. Motion carries. That always seems so strange with that many abstentions, but that's what happens.
I just have a question for clarification. So, Jeannie, you voted yes on the poll. Does that make a difference that she's abstaining to ratify it?
Well, I think she could abstain, but I don't know the reason why.
Okay, I was just asking for clarification.
Second thoughts, maybe?
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
But what we're voting, we're not voting to approve or not approve this. We're saying you took the count of the vote correctly. I show a true reflection of how people voted. So,
It's a separate action.
yeah.
Okay.
So, okay, so the
Make
next,
everybody happy. I'll change it then.
no, I'm just
No, I was just asking.
clarifying that.
I think you're fine, Jeannie.
Please everybody now, so go ahead and put yes down.
Twist your arm then.
That's the only time.
Okay. Documented it.
So, the next item that I had was just, we have the fuel tax, refund that comes into the tribe. They ask every year for a tribal population certification. And this is just to approve the release of that, certification, for members' benefits to, it goes to the planning department director now because he's the one that turns it in. And so what it isn't a release of names, it's a release of the amount of the tribal population within Klamath County. And members' benefits gives that count, and then it's certified by the chairman and the secretary and sent to the state of Oregon.
I'll make the motion to approve the enrollment population approval for release.
Okay. Motion by member Lang, second.
I'll second.
Okay. By Treasurer Hatcher. Secretary, please. Yes.
Chairman, did you ask for discussion? I wanted to ask a
Okay, yeah, any discussion? Question?
Yeah, so I was just sure that I had seen before that the agreement with the state was that they worked on our membership total. Is it always been just the county, those living in the county?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yes,
Okay.
because that's where the funds are basically derived from within the service area.
Is it the same? Is it the same for the tobacco?
Yes.
Okay.
And unfortunately, that's also not really what the Klamath tribes preferred. It was actually adopted from another tribe's agreement. So we didn't get to pioneer our own way. We followed suit, or we're kind of forced to follow suit.
Mhm. And because we don't have a land base, that was part of the negotiations too.
Okay.
And that's only Klamath tribal members, that's not other tribal members, correct?
Yeah, I believe that number would only represent Klamath tribal members.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't look high enough for all
Yeah.
other members.
Mhm. So any other questions, comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Secretary, if you could do the note, conduct a vote, thanks.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair.
Now, is this just certifying the count for Klamath County?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's for the state compact agreement we have with the state of Oregon.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention, the vote is 601.
Okay, great. Motion carries.
That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. So Brandy, we'll turn it over to you to go through budget reports.
Okay. Did you receive the emails I sent out yesterday? It has a budget report and the budgets attached to it. Let's go over the first one for tribal health. I believe there was 2 budgets.
Yeah, that was included on our flash drives too.
Yeah. And then I was able to attach the budget. So I sent that out if you wanted to see them.
So we're going to tribal health, you said?
Yes, for January 21st, 2021. And these are 2 A&D grant budgets, that recurring grants that they get. Does everybody have a copy of it or that you can see?
I think so. I can.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure everybody does. Any questions or comments, folks? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve items 1 and 2 on for the January 21st, 2021 budgets for health.
So moved.
Okay. Let me get back, folks back up there. Okay, a second. Okay, second by member Lang. All right, Secretary, please conduct a vote.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher,
Same.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
and I vote yes. 502, Chairman.
Okay, so motion carries.
And then motion to approve this budget report, so I don't forget.
Okay.
Please.
Somebody like to make that motion? Okay, member Dumont, second.
Oh, let me.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeannie.
A motion and second, Secretary, whenever you're ready.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher,
Me.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
and I vote yes. 502, Chairman.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. The next one is the Klamath Tribe Administration Budget Report. And that was on January 21st. And did you all get a copy of that one?
Yes.
There's 15 budgets. And these are 2019 and some 2020. These are our budgets that were funded from Office of Self-Governance. And Leanne and Mr. Lopez had sent out an email for all program directors to make sure they got all their budgets in, but also to revise them to the actual expenditures. And then that ties back into the overall Office of Self-Governance agreement. So there's a couple that it was only $1, but we had to go in and revise them just so that everything reconciles. So that in a nutshell, these are mostly Office of Self-Governance budgets, and then there's some grant budgets.
We're almost done, Clay.
Almost.
I'll mute.
Clay needs coffee.
Yeah. You were here, Clay. Are there any questions or comments or want me to read to you?
If not, then I'd entertain a motion to approve all budget items 1 through 15 for administration.
I'll make that motion, Chairman.
Okay, Member Palace, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Member Lang. Any questions, comments? Okay, if not, Secretary.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher,
Same.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
I vote yes. 502.
Okay, thank you. And then a motion to approve the report, please.
Yes. Who would like to make that motion? Okay, Member Lang. Second. Does somebody want to second the motion?
I will.
Okay, Secretary Frost. Okay, whenever you're ready, Secretary.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Brandy Hatcher, Willa Palace,
Yes.
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
and I vote yes. 502.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. So that concludes our agenda. So it looks like we're going to get you out of here at 4:15 for sure, Ellsworth.
Wow. Good
So
job.
I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, second by Member Lang. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? With 0 opposed and my abstention, motion carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks all.
Chairman, I wanted to ask about tomorrow I have in my calendar a meeting with Herald and News reporter with Alex.
Yeah,
Is that just a follow-up on the requests he's been making of us for different stories?
Yeah, he's had some ideas from different stories, and we wanted to have a discussion about that. You know, maybe figure out which one would be one to take on, and kind of shape that and direct that. He's really wants to hear from us. I mean, definitely wants to coordinate with us, make sure we get out what we'd like to have out. So yeah, so it's I can't recall the different topics he wanted to address, but it sounded like it was more of a kind of a feature story on some of these things.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes.
I know when we had the work session on the housing initiative, I had recommended that we recommend to him to do an article on the stronghold. I know that's not tribal specific, but it was related that they felt like maybe they weren't getting as much support as they could. And I had stated maybe because they need a little bit more exposure. So I was thinking if maybe he could that could kind of kickstart our initiative that we're working on. But I think they're doing some good work, and I think they could get some more in-kind donations and contributions that people knew that they were doing the work that they're doing.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
And I also wanted to make sure people saw the emails I sent out late yesterday about the interactions with Rye Development, particularly you, Ellsworth, the one that had to do with natural resource mitigation and with migration routes, and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife trying to switch things up.
Yeah, I saw that. Unfortunately, that's a bummer. That I guess I don't understand, but I guess U.S. Fish and Wildlife wanted to see that elsewhere, so that's unfortunate.
The way it was explained to me was because that Green Diamond land, they're using it for carbon credits, so they're not going to do a bunch of nasty logging there, that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife thought that they could do better. So it would be in addition to that land, but I want us to be really careful and, have our noses in the middle of that. So hoping that the Game Commission and Natural Resources folks will, and anybody who wants to.
The huge downfall on that is, and Don knows because that was right in his backyard for a lot of years, is the area from there, like Sprague River Road over like by Saddle Mountain Pit and all those areas. A lot of those deer from there all the way to Modoc Point, I'll use that area for migration. So there's going to be a huge effect on that winter migration herd. So, well, it'll just be a bone of contention, and we'll have to talk about it.
And then the other part, the securities section, Ed met with their attorneys, and they'll get back to us on that. He did communicate to me that the company had heartburn over the amount of interest that we asked for on the payments that were drawn out. And Ed told them, well, that's something you need to talk to the tribe about. That's not for the lawyers. So
Yeah.
that was good.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, everybody, have a good evening.
Yeah, thanks all.
Also, Don, is there a link for us to watch, or do we just watch it on the state's website, the hearing tomorrow?
Oh, I think Ed sent something. I think I saw that come through. I'll check, but there is. I'm sure there is.
At one point, they were saying there wasn't enough space to accommodate everybody. Is that changed? I don't want to jump in there and block somebody who needs to be there.
Only if it's somebody that's against her.
Oh, yeah.
But I thought whether you're joining in on a Zoom link versus watching the state site streaming, I think that might be two different things.
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully they stream it on the state site, so we wouldn't take up anybody's space on the Zoom link.
Okay, I'll look for that.
So
I'll check
yeah.
into that and make sure it gets sent out to folks.
Okay.
I'll do that when we get off here.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
Good
everyone.
night, everyone.
Have a good rest of your
Bye.
day.
Bye, Brat.